Gotta wake up. Gotta wake up. All right. It is 7 a.m. Yep, 9 p.m. there. How you doing, Static? I am tired. I did a 12-hour stream yesterday, and I'm shaping up for the same today. And it's only day 2, damn it. But it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So the tests are failing because of unused imports. That's kind of sucky, but I don't care about the tests right now. They do not stop the deploy. I assume this is failing for similar reasons. Yep. That's in game player. They call it crunch. I guess so. Oh, that's right. We were adding drone action last night. Okay. Yeah. Do I still have linear damping in here? No. All right. Now, where do I use linear velocity? I see. Just based on whether the chat boxes are open yet or not. All right. Now, we need to get this drone business sorted. So we were trying to understand whether or not to use button-like instead of action-like, but I think I'm just going to punt on that. I've got a question out on the Discord to see if anybody knows, but in the meantime, I know we can do it using action-like, so that's what I'm going to do. And then this is going to be drone action spawn. And I couldn't figure out if it was going to be maybe right button. I'll leave you to it. Maybe I'll lurk here and there tonight. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good evening. Hey, Flavius, how you doing? I am in the weeds as usual. But who knows? I've still got 2 days left. Things could happen. Shit could go down. Shit could also go sideways, but we'll figure that out as we go. I'm going to go with mouse button right, but only if it's held. And then we're going to go drone action. I wonder if there's a way to specify that, like Mouse button right held or something like that. No. Pressed. I don't think you can do it when you're just specifying the action map. Okay, so I'm good. Trying to add some story bits to your game. Nice. Hey, are you doing the jam too? I've lost track. I keep asking people, so sorry if I already asked you before. My brain is complete spaghetti right now. I like a game with some story. I approve. Drone action launch, I think I said, or release. No, you're not. Don't feel ready for jam, dude. I don't feel ready for jam. I'm having all kinds of regret. Mouse button left. And can you have two things bound to the same thing? Let's find out. Actually, maybe we should have one action that is release and recall, and then you just determine which one. So let's go back up to here. Like that. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And then we add the drone action map here. Like so. All right, nice. Drone action, yep. It's not button state though, it is action state. And this is and recall. Like so. All right, that's a little bit better. Release and recall needs to be state dependent, so we need to have an understanding of whether the drones are on their way out or on their way back. I already did that in Hexlinks, and I don't know if I did it well or if I just did it. So let's go and have a look. LCD cloud of Hexlinks. Or did I refactor it into one? I can't remember. All right, let's look for Hexlinks. Deterioration factor, I love it. Hexling recall, run if in-state hexling state recalling. Okay, so we had what looks like a global state. Charging and recalling, yeah. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. So if keyboard event just released keycode space, we send a recall event and we set a state. Oh, so we're doing both. Interesting. I guess I understand that. So maybe we could just send the recall event and then act on that in the event handler. And it looks like I played a sound as well. Okay. And then what do we do to make them fly away? Send events, charge entity. Charge event entity. Okay. Probably not, but it makes a neat effect and slightly different with its timings each time. I see, because of the sounds playing a different, right. Well, this is not horrible. It's like reading a manual from myself to myself. Interesting. Should finish this game sometime. It's kind of fun. Okay, so basically what we're saying is hang on, where am I going to do this? Maybe in drones? Yeah, maybe we need like a drones module. So let's go with, let's go to events. Oh, we could use events drones, I guess. Maybe it doesn't make sense to have a separate events module. Then we'll go to lib, actually to game mod, and add that. And then we'll add an event type. I'm actually starting to think that having a separate event module doesn't make a lot of sense. Instead, we could be like add event, app add event. Drone release. And drone recall. And then we need derive. Seriously, go away, virtual text. Why have I not disabled you properly yet? Derive event. Pub super struct drone recall. Now, does this have to apply to a specific entity, I wonder? Like, should they be separate or should they all just be flying away? Maybe we'll go pub entity. Not quite sure. And then we'll go derive event pub super struct drone a release. Expected semicolon. Really? What have I done? What have I done? Add event. Oh, I see. There we go. Now, yeah, I think rather than having a separate events module, it makes more sense to have a messages module. And then just put the events for each thing in their respective module. So in messages, if we just promote this to game, then remove the events module, and then change game mod so that mod events goes away and mod messages shows up. That should do the trick. An events plugin goes away. Nice. Okay. So now in the drones, we've got event types. And then in player, could not find events, right, because now we're using this. And now we've got input handling to do. So we should do it like this. For spawn, we should send a single event, and because if we're holding it down, we'll send a lot of events, then we'll get a lot of spawns. We might have to control that rate a little bit, but we'll see. So in that case, we'll go with an event writer. So we need an event writer, drone writer. I think that might need to be mutable. Can't remember. Event writer drone release. No, drone spawn. But we're also going to need one for the other one, probably. Mute drone writer. Oh. Okay, so that needs to be spawn writer. And This is release writer, event writer, drone release, and recall writer, event writer, drone recall. Okay, these are bad. These are all bad. Oh, I guess those aren't public enough. Let's go to drones. Yeah, pub super. So I would have thought that would have been public enough. What about pub crate? Still no? Interesting. Oh, it's finally caught up. All right. Oh, it hasn't. What am I missing? Drone recall, drone release. Oh, also drone spawn. Okay, so just to check, if I make these entirely public, does that fix the problem? Yes. Interesting. I have to think about that later, but anyway, in the meantime, got too much separation of concerns. Okay, and we just haven't used these yet. Okay. So, we also need the current state to be able to tell. Yeah, we need a state to be able to tell whether drones are in flight or not. I think we do, because otherwise we can't make sensible decisions about this. So let's go with a new state. Let's look at screen, because that's a good example of a state. I need to take the documents out of it. They keep coming up in my searches. So let's go back to drone. This is drone state, or drones in flight. Drone state's fine. Resting or orbiting, I guess. In flight. Okay, and then we need to add the state. Where? Add systems, add plugins. Enable state scoped entities is one thing, but also init state. Don't know why init state is different to add state, but sure, why not? Okay, so init state. App init state. Drone state. Was it default or just this? Apparently just this. Okay. And then we'd need a state reader in player. So drone state, res, current state, or just state, I think. Drone state. And that means we can check in release and recall if drone state get is drone state orbiting release writer send drone release. We don't have entities right now, so we would need to query them. Okay, all right, that's all right. We're well down the rabbit hole now. We'll do fine. I wonder if drones should be in a resource or if they should be inserted into the player. Should they be associated with the player? They are kind of part of the player. I feel like that's a reasonable implementation. But we would need a drone container effectively. Maybe they should just be their own thing. Maybe they should be their own little thing. Yeah, let's try that. Drones, mute drones? Just drones. Query and drone. Drone doesn't exist yet, so we create it. Let's look for player. Okay. What's your problem here? Oh, yeah. Okay, so All right. What will we query out of drone? Just the entity, really. So that's going to be, I mean, we could query, the state could be per drone rather than global, but that feels really fiddly. For E in drones, iter oh, it's a reference. Okay. Else recall writer send drone recall E. The other way of doing it would be to have one event writer that sends both types by just changing the event object. Like maybe drone release could be a enum, but yeah, I'm okay with this for now. All right. And drone spawn is pretty simple, I think. So spawn writer send drone spawn, and that actually won't have anything in it, so we should change that implementation. Like so. What's your problem? Okay. We should probably change the drone state too. Or maybe we'll do that from the event handler. No, we'll do it from the keyboard, I think. So we'll want next drone state. Yeah. Res, that needs to be immutable. Res mute, next state, drone state. And down here, next drone state, set, drone state, release, in-flight, in-flight. We can't set orbiting until they've actually arrived back. So actually there should be a third state. Maybe there should just be recalling and orbiting. Recalling and in-flight. In-flight's wrong. Releasing and recalling is better. Maybe we can have an orbiting state at some point, but I think recalling is good because if the player moves, you want the drones to follow them. Okay. That looks more sensible to me. So now we might do some event handlers, and then we can use debug to see the events come through. All right. Makes sense to me. Makes total sense to me. Event. No. Wow. My brain. I need some coffee. What's your problem? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so event readers. FN handle drone release. Release reader. Event reader. Drone release. Handle drone recall. And handle spawn. Okay. And we'll want those to run. So app add systems. These are going to happen on update. I wonder if there should be a separate set for event handlers, but maybe not. So run on update. Handle drone release. Inset app set. Update. Now that one should run on only if run if end state drone state recalling. There is a way that you can miss events if you do it like this, like limiting the states they can run in, but let's just see. And then very similar app add systems update handle drone recall inset app set update run if end state drone state releasing. And finally spawn. I think you should only be able to do spawn when the drones are following you, maybe. So this one is actually the same as recall. No, the same as release. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, I can live with that. All right, so let's get some debugging happening here. For EVN release reader, does it have to be release reader iter? Ah, read, okay. Info release drone, that one. All right. Similar for EV in recall reader read, info recall drone. EV. But hang on, if you're recalling them individually, then what does it matter? Whether we have a global state or not. You can't do both, or you don't need to do both. We're not going to be able to control them individually, so why would we have individual releases for them? I think it's better not to have the entity. Yeah. Okay. And in spawn drone reader, all right. What's your problem here? Unused. All right. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine. And then we'll go back to player and just fix this. So we're not going to iterate through the drones. Yeah, something like that. Getting close to coffee time. That's for sure. Okay, so we should be able to see some output. Nope. No output whatsoever for the mouse buttons. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh, no output at all. None of my keys work. Interesting. What happened there? Oh, what did happen there? We disabled the movement keys during message display, but even space wasn't working then. Run if in-state game state playing. Yeah. Oh, record UI input shouldn't be in that same block because otherwise we won't be able to close the window. Run if in-state game state message. That may be too limiting, but we'll think about it later. Yeah. Okay. We might want to split this module up into a few different parts. It's getting kind of big. We're at 213 lines. Not too bad, I suppose. Getting there, though. Okay, so let's see if we can actually have input now. That's better. And now, yes, we've got events. Release drones, recall drones, release drones, recall drones, release drones, recall drones. Nice. Yep, that's perfect. And then spawn. Yeah, that's going to be fast. Okay, that's all right. We can handle that. Might be a bit fast, but we'll see. Cool. All right, so drone handling events as opposed to drone event handling. Excuse me. And let's go with, should we split the player up at this point? We've got input handling, We've got spawning. It's not too huge. We'll leave it alone for now. Yeah, we'll leave it alone for now. Okay, now how to actually spawn these things. So the last time I did it using material meshes, 2D meshes. But I'm tempted just to use tiny little sprites, like 1 pixel sprites or something. Whether I should animate them all is another question. Let's see what I can come up with. We've got a 64 by 64 character. I imagine our sprites would be extremely small. I haven't even come up with a character sprite yet. Okay, so let's go with like 4x4 almost, and just have incredibly simple animations. I can scale them if I need to. Let's try it. Let's try 8x8 maybe. Okay, and then the tiniest little sprite. And yeah, we'll add a couple of frames. We'll make it like maybe a 3-frame, 4-frame kind of thing. And we'll go, I think let's get the brush size down to 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we could go like, we could use squares. I want them to sort of feel like little motes of dust in a way. And this might be too big for that. And then I can just animate patterns within this. And potentially colors too. So we could transition to white and then to black. Or we could make them colorful, which would be actually kind of cool. Like little bits of green. And change the brightness of the green. Thing is, it probably won't be very visible on... Oh, actually, we're going to move that around, right? So, probably won't be very visible on a light background. So I have to have a think about that. I could outline them. I'm just not sure how big they're going to be compared to the sprite. They might be too big. But we can play around with some things. Just little flickering lights of squares. I don't know. Maybe. They remind me of Conway's Game of Life gliders. All right, let's try this. Save as art. Drone a sprite. Export as. Sprite sheet. Okay, output file. Oh, we're going to have ads, which means that I am going to go and start the old coffee break. And I will see you real soon. Okay, I have coffee. I have the coffee. I've also been informed that my jersey was on back to front. So there's that. Okay. So we were spawning drones. That's right. We were making a drone art. So let's go to assets, textures, drone PNG, and the sprite sheet will be exported. It's 4x1. Okay. Now we'll go to drones. Now, I think we'll create drone as a spawnable, much like we did with the map and the player. Oh, sweet coffee. How I've missed you. Now then. Interesting. Connection reset, reestablishing. Does that mean my robot is still alive? It is. Yay. Magnetonics? I don't think I subscribe to Magnetonics. I don't. I mean, I don't follow them. There we go. Done. Done deal. Done deal. Oh, and Cetalix is on. Cetalix. You gotta love Cetalix. So awesome. So awesome. I wish I could work on my thing and hang out and watch all of the other people working on their things, but I can't. So that's just the way it goes. Now, we're going to handle drone spawning. So we look at the way that player does it. It's tempting to put drone action in the drones mod, but maybe we won't go there. Okay, so pubstruct spawn player and then command for spawn player. And then spawn player. So we'll take all of this and we'll move it into the drones thing. And then spawn drone. Command for spawn drone. Spawn drone. And spawn drone. Beautiful. Texture assets, texture asset layout. Yes. Now, our layout is not Splat 64. It is Splat 8. 4 columns and 1 row. Nice. Now, player animation. Let's look at the definition of this. Because I wonder, can it just be a generic animation thing? Oh, I see. Because of idling and walking states, I see. Yeah. So it's tempting to say that we should create a drone animation type, even if they turn out to be very similar. tightly bound to the texture atlas we use. Okay. Let's go with derive component reflect component pub struct drone animation timer frame and state. All right. Hello, little dog. Have you been out there barking and getting into trouble? Why, I do believe you have. I believe that you have. I believe that you have been barking and getting into trouble. And the fact that you're coming here so that I can pat you just seems unreasonable. Yeah, it does. It seems unreasonable. But we'll let you away with it because you are quite cute. Okay. Now, we go down and then we track the drone animation state. So we go derive, reflect, partial equal, pub enum, drone animation state. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. Idling and flying. It's tempting to say that you could use recalling and releasing, but I think this is okay too. Idling and attacking would be one way of putting it. Attacking, idling, and recalling, right? Those are the two things we want to know. Attacking, they could turn red, for example. Idling, they could be the green state, and then recalling, they could be, I don't know, yellow or green. Interesting. Lots of possibilities. Starting to like this game now. I didn't like it on day one, but now I'm starting to like it. Okay. Now, so now we've got those two structs, and then we need an impl drone animation, which is going to be very similar to this. So I wonder if at the utility of actually having separate separate things for this, idle frames, idle interval, attacking frames, attacking interval, and recalling frames. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so yeah, idling, attacking, and recalling. Recalling. Yeah. And so attacking becomes attacking interval, attacking and drone animation state. There. Okay. So this can come up here. Yeah. Update timer. If self timer match self state. Right. So this we need to change. This needs to become. I hope I'm editing the right block. One of the things about having a relatively small area of editor available on the stream is I don't always see as much as I feel like I should. Drone animation state. Attacking. And recalling. Okay, now drone animation state. Oh yeah, idling would have been fine. Attacking. And recalling. Okay. And one more match block. Drone animation state, idling, self frame, drone animation state, attacking. I wish this wasn't a magic number. 3 plus self frame. Why isn't it? I guess 4. And then 8. Okay. And for that reason, we now need to change this to have another. Can I copy all of these at once? I can't, right? If I just duplicate frame. Actually, if I go copy and then paste. No, I don't want to do that. Hang on, there's a way to do this, I know. Okay, so the new frame was a copy of that frame. If I do this, the new frame was a copy of the last frame. Oh no, it's duplicated itself. Okay, so new frame and new frame. So 1, 2, yeah. So if I do that one more time, hey, likable leaf, how you doing? How is it hanging? I'm on day 2 of a game jam, and it's it's tricky, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We're being upbeat about it, and we're trying to learn some shit. How are you doing? Okay, now can I move these around? Can I move this frame? Can this be dragged? No, right? Because I don't really want that. That's just makes it slow, really. I want this. Yeah, maybe it's easier just to do it. How do I move a frame? Let's look this up. Move frame. Select a range of frames, put the mouse above the selection border, start dragging from selection border, and drop the frames where you want. Huh. That sounds almost too easy to be true. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. So 1, 2, 3. One, two. Oh, that one needs moved as well. Three, 2, 3. Okay, all of those need moved. Oh, well, I'm learning that. That's good. I did not know how to do that. 1. I think I missed it. What's the Game Jam theme? It is 2-button controls. Solo Dev Jam. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. I don't have strictly 2-button controls, but my main controls are 2 buttons. So I also can move. Have you seen the game called One Button? No, I haven't. I have movement controls and then I have 2 buttons. So I guess that's probably cheating, but I don't care. You think fighting, role-playing boss fights and all just 1 button? Okay. This is wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one is supposed to be there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. No. 2. 1, 2. Nope. Hey, Bruce Malt, how you doing? 1, 2. That needs to go to the end. 2, 3, 4. That's it, I think. 3, 4, and then 1. That's at the end. That one needs to go 1 over. 2, 3, 4. Nice. Okay, finally. That was a pain in the ass. All right, so now we need to change the colors. So the second row is attacking, so we want them in reds. By the way, where the hell is my palette? Did I accidentally close my palette? How did I manage to do that? Where? Hello? What? Huh? In fact, where's my menus? Pretty good. Got 2 massive raids on Friday. Oh, nice. Filed the tax stuff for Twitch today and took the rest of the day off. Very cool. That sounds like a good day. Sounds like a good day. Why? Okay, seriously, what's happened to my menu? I think we need to quit Aspirate at this point. Let's save. And quit. Because things are happening that I do not understand. And that happens to me often. Now I need tax. Yeah, nice. Now I need ideas for emotes and channel point stuff. Yeah. Twitch sends a W24, something to make off. That's a good problem to have. It is. I still haven't done most of my emotes and things. I have like 4. It's work, man. I find doing emotes quite tricky. Okay, so recent files, drone, Aspirite. Okay, this is better. Now I understand what's going on. So we need to use kind of reds. We could use reds and oranges. So let's go with red, 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 red. And we'll just do something like that. And then and potentially, I don't know, maybe we'll use like a white just to make it no, I think it's okay. No idea. As long as my tax IDs are correct and I get any money without committing international tax fraud, I'm happy. Yeah, for New Zealand, we have a tax treaty with the US, so it was kind of, I think I'm just going to reuse red at this point. It was kind of just tick to say that you're not going to file for tax in the United States, and then you're good. And then on the way back, we might use blues. So kind of blue fading to white. So let's go blue, 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 blue. Might be a little tricky to see on a white background, but I think with a cloud of them, we'll be okay. I'm just not sure about size. I feel like they might be too big compared to a 64 sprite. And they'll disappear on a white background with this one, but that's okay. Most of them will be on black backgrounds, hopefully. Okay. And we can always outline as well. All right, so save and then export sprite sheet. Hello, little dog. You are not to bark at anyone. Do you understand? No barking. Yes, I do. Yes, I do want that. I do want that very much. Okay, so now we've got 3 rows, and we need to change in drone. We need to, oh my God, still got plenty to fix there. But the main thing is this is now 4 columns, 3 rows. And this is going to be a drone animation. And we'll fix a bunch of other stuff. We don't need any input maps. We don't need that. we probably do need a collider, but it's not going to be a circle 32. It's probably going to be a rectangle 8. Actually, it's 8, 8. There we go. Get rid of these. I don't want the rotation locked. I don't think I need a movement controller, but I'll see about that one. Can you have multiple? If you have a name, does it have to be unique? I actually don't know. It will be a rigid body dynamic. It will have a sprite bundle with texture assets, drone clone, and that means we need to add it in assets. On this line here. Wow, I am apparently not a good Vimmer today. Remind me again what you use for game dev. I am writing a Bevy and Rust game. So no built-in editor. We're pretty much just writing code the whole time. So it's a bit slow, but I'm learning and it's good and it's a nice challenge. Pub drone, handle, image. And I've just recently adopted their quick start pattern that they've come up with, which is helping a great deal because instead of giant functions of like 1,000 lines, I've got nice, easy to handle modular functions. So that's good. Very happy about that. Oh, that coffee. Okay, now we switch from coffee to tea. Move the mugs. All right. Next mug. Functions. Okay. Who else is on today? We've got Hexadigital. Very cool. Huh. There's no one sitting there. I'm sorry. They're both out marauding around the house. They may come back. Puppy. No. They're too busy. They're much, much too busy to be bothered with the internet. Hi, Puffy. Come over here, please. Oikio. Yeah, oh, no. Too busy. Much too busy. We got it close, but unfortunately, she's just too busy. She'll get back to you. State scope to screen gameplay. That is correct. Texture atlas, yes. Wrong on the animation though. So this needs to be drone animation. Okay. Are we getting close? We are getting close. We're getting close. We are getting very, very close. Okay. In here, what made you choose Bevy on Rust? I really like Rust as a language. I wanted to spend more time writing it. I love open source projects, and the idea of being able to contribute to the game engine that you're using is really cool. I'd love to be involved more with, as they start to build out the editor and some of the more advanced functions, I'd really like to be involved with that. So I'm trying to get good. And I just feel like it's a much more interesting story. Like, I mean, there's so many Unity developers and Unreal developers and so on, and Godot, of course. But to use Godot, I'd have to either write GDScript or C Sharp, and I don't particularly enjoy either one. So yeah, I just feel like it's interesting, it's fun, it's challenging, it's hard. There was this really interesting series. I'm sure you might have come across it before. What is it called? Damn, brain engage. Handmade Hero. Have you ever encountered Handmade Hero before? It's talking. They actually did it from scratch in C, but it's talking about the sort of lost art of building games from scratch. And there's this really inspiring trailer for it.
It's time.
Hang on a minute. Apparently it's time. I don't know for what.
That's fine.
Okay, I understand now. It's time for summer, apparently. It's time for summer. Handmade Hero trailer. Yeah, here we go. This thing, I hope it's not too loud. I find this really inspiring. It's Casey Muratori. Is that his name? I think it is. It just pats the heatsink. I know, right? Extremely confident CPU install. Also, this guy is one of the inventors of the draw things on screen to explain concept. Been going for a long time. I do find it inspiring. I don't particularly aspire to writing an engine from scratch. I just don't feel like that's in my wheelhouse. But Bevy is a nice compromise for me because there's still plenty to do and plenty to iterate on. But it's not, you're not manipulating individual ones and zeros or anything like that. That does mean building your own engine, but I think in this case, I'm very happy to use libraries and Bevy to help me get there. Okay, so spawning drones. So in this case, we're going to just libraries we stand, yeah. In this case, we're going to do what we do in level, which is spawn tile set. We're just going to go spawn drone. Oh, we got ads. Apparently I do. Okay, now the question is, can we apply world from here? Can we grab world? If we look at level, world mute world. Hmm. World is such a weird word when you look at it. How is that even a word? WORLD, world. Okay, that's weird. Consider using a more descriptive name. Oh, right. So did I mess up somewhere here? Ah, like that. Okay. Yeah. So cool. My Discord is tiny. Don't worry. There's so many Discords. I try to keep track of them all. Now, I keep dragging them up and down depending on which ones I'm using more often at once. I've got this giant portrait monitor with Discord on it. To be online in 2024. We love tiny Discords. Okay, so yours is too. I'm on yours. I'm totally on yours. I should have realized actually that I could have sent it there. Yeah, so will this actually work? This is going to be interesting. I wonder if it'll build currently. It will not. Command for spawn drone. Cannot find train command in the scope. Interesting. I see. I see. Items can only be used if the trait is in scope. So what did level have that I don't? ECS world command, prelude. Okay, what about player? ECS system, run system once as. Oh. Right, so that's the trait. Okay, cool. System, run system once as underscore. Like so. Ooh, now we're getting fancy. Now we're getting all fancy. Insert app set update. Why is that not a thing? Why is that not a thing? Oh no. We're at 291 followers. When I get to 300, I have to do 3D. I've made an agreement and there's 9 left. I'm not ready for 3D. I'm barely ready for 2D. Insert app set update. Why are you complaining about that? What is the problem here? Oh, this is the problem? Arguments to this method are incorrect. I see. You need a reference. You need a reference to the thing. You need a reference. Like so? Is that what you're saying? You prefer 3D? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to learn Blender and all this shit. I'm like, what? 2D is really silly on Unity. Is it? I heard it was kind of tricky on Unreal. Like, it's not really designed for it kind of thing. It's like 3D pretending it's 2D. Okay, this is still not good. What is the problem here? Why is this? Inset exists, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. Okay, handle drone spawn, handle drone release. Why? Same with Unreal. Yeah, yeah. I think this is because I'm passing world. So this is probably not the way to do it. How do I do that if... Should I just run the spawn command directly? I need to understand this. It's like 3D pretending it's 2D and then math has variables swapped around. Oh, yeah. Bevy does it. I think the way Bevy does it is kind of good. It's just 2D is... You still use vec3s, but the Z is just height. So Z ordering like you'd get on the web, I guess. That kind of makes sense to me. Having said that, I've never tried to do 3D in Bevy, so who knows what's going to happen. So this is different to what we do in Level, where we've got just world. So where do we run spawn level? We run it on enter screen gameplay. I see. So in theory, we could just run it. When a command requires no configuration. Z being height is good. Why is height in Unity? Oh, wow. That's really confusing. But then how do you do height up and down the screen? But Unity 3DZ is forward. Okay. Yeah, I find that confusing, but who knows? All the coordinate systems are different too. Like, okay, so functions that accept only mute world as their parameter implement command. So could I... Wait, could I... Yeah, confusion. Could I actually use command here? So could I go... Oh, that's an ASprite file. We definitely don't want that. We want this. So could I go mute commands? Instead of using this world pattern, could I then go commands spawn drone, spawn drone like that? No method name spawn drone. Okay.
Go to work, please.
It's time to go to work, puppy. Yeah, it is. Good girl.
Creating work for
Are you creating work for everybody else? Oh no. Could you come and sit on your bed, please? Pup, pup, pup. Come and sit on your bed, please. Good girl. Come on. Good girl. Let the internet see how bad you are. Pup, pup, pup. Come here, please. Oh, she's too naughty. She's too naughty. She'll come over in a minute. Okay, so we don't have spawn drone. Because we've got world run system once with self spawn drone, implement command for spawn drone. Yeah. So I can't run it that way. Does it have to be, does the trait have to be in scope or something? Because when we look at UI root, which is another one, this implements command, I think. Oh, damn it, that's the documentation file. Containers for commands. Yeah. An extension trait. I need to understand this better. So in this case, we're extending commands, whereas in the other case, in player's case, for example, we're implementing command as its trait. But we can only do that from world. Hey Tilly, come here please. Hey Lawn Mow, how you doing? Come here, Papa. Good girl. Sit down, please. Good girl. Yes, your head is cut off. Aha. There, you're on the internet. Congratulations. I am working on Solo Dev Jam. Day 2 of 3. So, it's a challenge, I gotta tell you. But we're getting there. We are getting there. We are streaming for another 10 hours today with lots of breaks to stay sane. And currently we're trying to figure out how to spawn little drones. Now, I can do it the old-fashioned way, but I'd like to understand how to follow this pattern. Yeah, we're doing 3 days of 12-hour streams. It's fun, in theory. Poor little puppy can't settle. Needs to get outside and wreak havoc. I'd pass out, yeah. Trying to make a custom command for it. So there's 2 patterns in this quick start that Bevy has that I've been trying to follow. There's the level spawning one, which is spawning commands on world. And then there's the extension trait pattern, which is spawning commands on as an extension trait. I don't really understand which one I'm supposed to be using. I suspect this one, but I really like this world pattern. I think this is great, but I think I'm going to need to do it the other way. Not going to lie, I just spawn directly in a system using command spawn. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. That is the most sensible way of doing it. I just happen to have copied the pattern for spawn player, so now I'm trying to see if it'll work, but I don't think it will. Saw a dog for a moment. I know she's completely restless. She'll settle down a bit once she's decided that she can't get out. She's finding things to destroy right now. Spawn player is a piped system. Spawn player is being run from here using that, which I really like. I like the pattern, but I don't think it applies in this case. I think you're right. I think we need to just use a regular system. That's quite wacky. This is from Bevy Quick Start, so a lot of the maintainers have had input into it. So I'm just trialing it as a pattern. Okay, so instead of doing this, I think we're just gonna, as you say, do something much more simple. I'm tempted to extend the command though, just to make it a little bit more readable. So what we might do is copy the UI root pattern and just see where that gets us. I have no clue why they'd put a pattern like that in the quick start. It's an exclusive system for what? Why not just spawn normally if you want it on demand using an observer? I don't know. I think it's just, I quite like the fact that it's so composable. So you don't really need to worry about the details when you're just trying to figure out what goes into a level. I like that. I think it's cool. But I'm still getting used to it all. So who knows where we'll end up. But yeah, the source is from that. Can achieve the same much cleaner using observers or just a setup system for the state? Yeah, maybe. I'm still relatively new to the whole thing, so I'm just trying to get my head around it. Now, so yes, hello. What have you found? You need attention. You need all of the attention in the world. You do. Yeah. You need all of the attention. I understand. You're a puppy. It's how you roll. So if I wanted to do that, how would I need to do it? I'd need to do it from drone. And we probably won't do it this way. We'll do it using the extension trait just to see how that feels. So we won't do this. And we probably won't do this. So the trait was container. I think probably what we'll do is, seems like Bevy Quickstart has tried a lot of things here and ultimately seems to want the planned scene file macro composability. I imagine that's where they're heading, the whole BSN thing. I know that Kart's had a lot of input into it, so maybe he's trying to kind of ramp that up. But it introduced me to a lot of new patterns I didn't know even existed, so I'm kind of happy about that. I just not bother with any fancy pattern, especially for a jam. Yeah, but I got to learn it. I want to learn it. I don't want to just kind of do the robot thing. I want to figure out what all these things are doing and why and how they work. La puppy. She's pretty sad. She's been shut in here, so she can't go out and destroy things. So let's look at this other pattern. Trait containers. I actually don't care what we call it, but I want to do something similar. We'll just call it that for now until we figure it out. Actually, that's fine. And what is your problem here? Yes, that's perfectly sensible. That would be unclosed. All right, so we'll go boop-a-doo, ba-doo. Yes. Okay, so we don't need commands, I assume. I hope. How does that work in the previous one? Yeah, we don't need commands. We can do self-spawn. What else do we need that we can't get away without? Texture assets. How could I get to... do I have access to that stuff? I wonder. Would it have to be passed in, or would I have access to it as part of... Interesting. I think it would have to be passed in, right? Let's figure this out. Can it have access to the same things that ordinary systems would have access to? I have to do some reading. Perish the thought. Don't you bark, puppy. You be a good dog. Quiet. Quiet dog. Good girl. Good girl. Good quiet girl. Well done. Trying to teach her not to yell at everything that walks past on the street. That would be nice. That would definitely be nice. Okay, patterns aren't allowed in functions without bodies. This was previously accepted by the compiler but is being phased out. Interesting. Okay. I think we need to bail on this idea in favor of the simpler approach because I don't understand it well enough. Okay, so let's go spawn drone. We'll take a mutable reference to commands. We will take an image handle. Wait, do we need an image handle or do we need the whole? Yeah, we can take an image handle. So drone actually sprite sheet handle image, and we can take the texture atlas layouts. Yeah, I think we have to take that too, right? So in their design doc, they recommend the custom commands way, which is quite reasonable. Let me see that one. But that's what we were just talking about. Applying it to world. Commands add is different though, right? Aha. So that's what we had originally, but I was trying to figure out how to apply it without having direct access to world. It's the extension trait you find a bit wacky. I see. Yeah, that's just a UI shortcut they seem to be using. So if we take this back a few steps. Okay, so we can edit. That detail had escaped me. To use the spawn command, edit commands. Interesting. So you do this once? No, you don't. You do this anytime you need it. So commands add, spawn drone. Oh, okay. That's way simpler. I knew there had to be a way, right? That makes much more sense. Okay, so let's read about that. So pushes a generic command to the command queue. Okay. Command can be a built-in command, custom struct that implements command, or a closure that takes and mute world as an argument. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, this is a whole new pattern for me. I just didn't understand the detail about having to call it from a system that takes mutable reference to world versus doing it this way with commands add. That's cool. Honestly, there's so many ways to spawn things, and none of them beat just using command spawn and a few helper functions. I agree, but I've previously come from having these giant functions where I was just, trying to do everything in one spot, and having things be a little bit more composable is actually kind of a relief because I can reason better about the code that I'm writing. So I'm quite grateful for this. Cool. Thanks for finding that link. So, all right. So, is there any chance of this actually being buildable at the moment, or do we need to do some things first? That is the question I have. Okay, so we're running and we are holding down our spawn key. Oh, there they all are. That's cool. They're spawning. Hooray. I love it. They're tiny and they've got tiny colliders. They're actually much smaller than I thought they were going to be. That's funny. They're all spawning from the same spot, which is not great, but yeah, they're all spawning from the original transform. That's cool. I don't get why people want to work around entity commands, like with none of these extension traits or whatever, you get the convenience of being able to modify the entity later. If you make a helper function which returns and maybe takes an entity commands, you can have composability and still modify the entity later. Yeah, not an expert in that. I'll take it as read. I'm just having fun playing with my entities. Entity are overlapping at spawn, which can result in explosive behavior. Yeah, that's very true. Have to head out? No worries. Good luck with Jam. Thank you so much for stopping in. I appreciate it. Have a good day, man. Okay, cool. So we can spawn things. I'm happy about that. All right. Now, let's go with figuring out where they spawn. So we need to have knowledge of the player's current position. So one of the configs we could have is the initial transform, I guess. Or even the translation, since I don't know that we necessarily need, yeah, or just location, right? Let's try the translation. So pass evict 3. No need to pass things you want to a custom struct. No need to modify code in multiple places. Just define a function, add drone components, entity commands, and you can still use add drone components, command spawn, insert more stuff. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I'll follow this for now since we've started down this path and it seems to be working for me. So now that can make sense as an extension trait to entity commands, right? Well, you should head up the working group because they've got a whole bunch of people working on the quick start. Sounds like an interesting suggestion. Right, so let's say we're taking a translation, and then in the calling code, we could have the player's translation, but offset a little bit so that you're not spawning directly onto. Well, we could try the player's translation to start with. So let's go with player query translation with player. I just looked and they're considering it. Oh, well, there you go. You're ahead of the curve. Spawn entities with an entity command-based abstraction. Nice. Requires extension traits, unfamiliar approach. I'm in favor. Yeah, I was talking to Jan a little bit on the Discord. Oh, well, Alice likes it too. Very cool. Blocked on upstreaming because of... Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, well. We'll see what happens. Okay, so... Why are you yelling at me? Oh, wait, do I need translation or just transform, right? Hey, Woodstone, how you doing? Mine is actually simpler since they want to make a generic extension, not a specific one, right? How was your jamming last night once you finished work? Player get single. I will alert you to jam. Also because I will get really distracted if I don't. Totally understandable. Jamming's going good. Just need to make a level today and then gameplay loop is done. Damn, you're well ahead of me. You're well ahead of me. Translation, T translation, right? So we'll just use their current translation for now, and then we will modify. Went to bed at 3 a.m. though, so got around 10 hours in last night. Wow. Man, I can't do 3 a.m. anymore. Just doesn't work for me. Okay, so spawn drone. Where did I put it? Yeah. So now we need config and our transform is uh, uh, from translation, config translation. Yeah. Okay, cool. I can't either. The British keep me awake. That helps. Yeah. Yeah, the British are our friends. The British streamers. Okay, let's see if we can now spawn things directly on top of ourselves. So we go. Oh, we can. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. We could even draw things with this. The chaos. This is not a game. This is just a ridiculous demo. How many entities have we got? I don't even know. Oh boy. I should actually try this on the web version just to see how slow it gets. Okay, cool. So that looks way cooler than mine. No, it is not. It is a mess. It is a mess. I didn't actually notice if they were animating. I wonder if I should... Oh, you poor puppy. It's so sad. It's so very sad and lonely. We've got drone animation. I wonder if I make them a little bit bigger. She's very sad. Are we getting close to a tea break? I need a cup of tea. We are getting close to a break. We're getting close to the 10 o'clock break, which I need to get some exercise in. And more tea. Delicious, delicious tea. Have you got D&D today, or are you putting it off in favor of jam? You might be lurking by now, which is totally fine. I could use a from scale with translation kind of thing, just to make them a bit bigger. From scale vec to splat 2 extend 1 with translation? No, doesn't work that way. So I might have to take this up here. We have D&D, but I don't have Sunday lunch, so I can jam. Wait, what? You're skipping? I don't understand that. Let's see. Oh, you mean like lunch with family kind of thing? Let mute transform. Do that, and then transform translation equals config translation. Possibly clone? No? What have I done wrong here? All right. Okay. Sunday lunch with my friend. We go to the bakery every Sunday. That's so cool. I love those little routines. Probably for the best I skip one. Yeah. I've got a job interview on Tuesday. I put them off from Monday because I knew I'd be a total wreck. But hopefully I can be like vaguely presentable by Tuesday. Oh, well that doesn't... Oh, hang on. Okay, so are those bigger? Oh yeah, they are bigger. Are they animating is my question. I don't think they are. Maybe let's just make them huge and then it won't be an issue. Let's make them like 5. Can I use my jam entry as part of my CV? I don't think so, but it's for a clean tech company, and I'm really excited about them because I got restructured out of a job in a carbon firm, like working with climate tech, and I've been really trying to get back into it. So this is really exciting for me. Okay, so we are spawning things and they are not animating. I think is the answer there. They are definitely not animating. All right, so we need to understand why that is. But we can spawn things and we can collide with them and they rotate. Oh my god. I could just release this. This would be very people would be very happy with just playing this. Oh god. Okay. Let's yeah, I'm excited for me too. Why can't you use it on CV if it's a development job? I can. I've told them that my off hours include trying to be an indie game dev, so they already know. Hopefully, it won't count against me. Rust jobs are really tricky to find. You should make them stack up while spawning. Currently, they only collide once they move apart. Yeah, I am. I'm thinking about because I want them to appear in a cloud around the player sprite. So I'll probably just choose a random spawn point based on a 360 arc. I think that's what I was doing the last time I did this kind of technique. So, oh, puppy, it's so sad. She can't get to Ted, and it's killing her. It's absolutely killing her. She's in prison, puppy jail. Puppy jail. Oh, I've still got puppy cam up, and there's no puppy on it. There is absolutely no puppy. We shall return it to the me cam, which is much less interesting. Okay, so I think the challenge here is to figure out why they're not animating, because I would like them to animate. So what are we missing there that requires... Oh, I bet I'm just not running the system, right? So let's look at that. Yeah, here we go. So update animation timer only updates the player timer. So I think it would be better if we did it for either one. So we could use an option, that's one thought, or we could have it, like for movement controller, we don't really have to limit it to player animation. But it might be better to have a separate... Let's start with a separate system and then just see if it can be made more generic afterwards. So we'll go update drone animation movement and update drone animation atlas. I'm not sure that this is the best pattern, but let's follow it as far as it goes and we'll figure out what's what. Update drone animation movement. And this is going to be drone. Oh, you poor dog. It's just dreadful. I'm so sorry. This pattern too is new. I didn't realize you could do this. The unmute drone instead of drone.iter. I quite like that. It's more expressive, I think. And then animation state is if controller intent vec2 0, player animation state idling. So drone animation state. I'm not sure if... We'll see. We'll see. Drone animation state. Now this is not... Yeah, see, interesting. We can't actually depend on this because it's only a binary state and we need 3. But for now, let's go with attacking. They implemented iterator or into iterator for unmute query like 1 or 2 updates ago. Yeah, I bet, because I'd never seen it before now. So I think it's probably come out in like 13 or 14. I just hadn't noticed. So that's cool. And then drone animation atlas. Puppy, you're doing my head in. Can you just chill? Do you have any chill left in you? Probably not, right? Okay. That could be made more generic, I think. But we'll see. Update animation timer. Also needs to be duplicated, I think. Does feel rather inefficient to be doubling up all these things. So I'm sure there's a better pattern I can follow, but in the meantime, this will do it. Little girl, you need to chill. You need to chill. I know it's terribly upsetting not to be able to destroy all the things in the house, but you just need to chill. I am not letting you out. Okay, so that needs to be run. Where is the timer update? Oh, I see. Insert apps. Yeah, cool. So 27. Let's go with update drone animation timer. No, don't do that. I hate it that Clips does that. Okay. Now, have we achieved enough there to just get basic animation happening or not? We wonders this. Whoa. Nope, I would have to say those are not animating. Okay, so we're still missing a piece of the puzzle here. We're missing a piece of the puzzle. We're missing... What are we missing? Boo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Oh, I know one thing we're missing. Oh no, that's right. 4 plus and 8 plus. Okay. Yeah, so we've got duplicates for all of those. Register type needs to be done, even if it doesn't have an effect here. Whoa. Okay, then we add systems. What would stop it from animating? Do-do-do-do-do. I'm missing a step here. Don't like comments that duplicate the function name. That's just silly. What am I missing that would be required to get this working? Let's have a quick look in the GUI. Whoa, it spawns a lot at once. Need to slow that down. Okay, so we've got lots of drones. Drone animation. We've got a timer running. Oh, it's repeating. That's good. Okay. Frame is always 0. State idling. Let's try state attacking. No dice. Okay, so we're running our timers, but we're not changing frames. What happens if I change the frame myself? Nothing. Okay, so probably being reset to 0. Handle image is that, which is correct. Texture atlas 3224. Min 0, max 8. Min 8, max 16. Yeah, that sounds right. Because we're 8 by 8. So that would make sense. Transforms are fine. What am I missing? Missing something. Oh, maybe for idling, because we're in the idling animation, maybe I haven't got the frame range right for that, because I think I had it set to 0 for player. Idle frames 1, yeah. So what if I was to do this? What if I was to do that? Would that make sense? Let's check that. Hey, now we're talking. Oh, man. Okay. It's a little slow, but that is what we're after. It's hilarious. It's quite sequential, but that's what we're after. Okay, cool. So let's make the duration much shorter. Try again. Might be a bit distracting, but I think it'll be all right when they're smaller. They look like little Conway's gliders to me. Does it crash if I make too many of them? It reminds me of Bevy Jam. That's a lot of entities. Potential epilepsy warning. Okay. Let's take the size down to from scale, not with scale. To say 2, just for the hell of it. I don't know what size is going to be appropriate here. 1 might be fine, actually. Yeah, 2's probably too big. And I don't know if I want them flickering like this. I don't know. Let's go 1. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's hard to imagine what they'll look like without the... I should turn the debug off. Just briefly. Should have a key for it, but I don't. Actually, I wonder if the World Inspector plugin has a toggle. I bet it does. Oh, why didn't that turn off? It didn't turn off. I've missed something. I have missed something. I don't know what it is. Oh, not World Inspector plugin, Physics Debug plugin. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ba-doo, ba-doo. Interesting. Uh-huh. They kind of look sharper than I thought they would. But I don't hate it. It's kind of pretty. I wonder how many of them I might actually build this version and see how many of them the web version can tolerate before it starts dying. Okay. I don't think I need that screen transition state log anymore. I don't know. Let's try that. And let's do a build. Initial drone spawning. I know, little puppy. It's very, very sad. So sad. So very sad. Okay, actions. Release. And we'll call this, I don't know what build we're up. Whoa. What are you doing, keyboard? What build are we up to? 030. Actually, I can do tags from the command line to run this. I just didn't in this particular case. We're coming up to our break, actually. Ads are about to start. I'm going to run this. Ah, we got the horses, and the puppy's not barking at them, which is good. The horses are coming past. The puppy has no idea that they're there, which is excellent, because otherwise she'd be yelling her head off. Okay, we'll run that, and then we will... Don't bark, puppy. Good girl. We'll run that. We will take our break, and I will see you on the other side. Okay. Let's see what we can get to now. I have tea. Life-giving tea. Now, what happened to the build? It built. Excellent. We're happy when it builds. Let's reload this. And we'll see what we will see. We'll see how the browser tolerates all these entities. Okay, so we're spawn a bunch of entities, all of which have colliders. Doesn't seem to be slowing down too much. They're all animating away. Probably be sensible to cull some of them if they go off the screen, but we're going to have a limit anyway, so that's good. Seems to behave itself quite nicely. Happy about that. They sort of shimmer, which is quite nice. And we'll change their color when they're attacking. Nice. All right. Cool. So the next thing we need to implement is the release and recall things. So let's get rid of that. And I don't know that we need to do the from scale thing now. If we're going to keep that scale. So we could go back to this. Like so. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now. We don't currently have a method of determining in animation, which animation atlas to use. Yeah, so this probably needs to be sensitive to the global state. So let's add that. Let's go with drone state. Res state. Drone state. And then we'll go actually, how will we know there's attacking, recalling, and idling, right? Orbiting. Is that right? Oh, just recalling and releasing? Okay. But I've got 3 animation states. Maybe I might need to simplify that. Maybe. Let's think about this. How would I tell the difference between a drone that's flying back and a drone that's just following me around? Might be tricky, right? Yeah, I feel like maybe just 2 states makes more sense. So let's try returning. And then we can simplify this. And that. And hey, you've never seen what? How you doing, Mimi? It's nice to see you. You've never seen me on camera? Maybe you've always visited when we've had the dogs on camera. Funny. You've never seen my cam or heard my voice. What? Oh, man. Well, there you go. Now you know. That's hilarious. Idle interval, so that becomes returning interval. Good to finally meet you. And you. How are you doing? You do a little bit of art streaming this weekend? Checking returning, and this one is returning. And this one returning. Yeah, I think that's all. Did I miss any? Right, so now we need to make the decision based on drone state. So this. If drone state get is recalling, how's my doing? Pretty okay. I didn't get much sleep though. I had 2 nightmares. What? Even though I had no sugar before bed. I always said it was cheese before bed that did that. And then couldn't sleep the rest of the night, but otherwise my day's gone well. I just got off work and I'm eating an egg salad sandwich. You gotta love an egg salad sandwich. You gotta love it. 2 nightmares. Well, that's really harsh, especially if you remembered them. We are doing Solo Dev Jam this weekend. We are doing this Solo Dev Jam. So there are 538 people in it now, and there's only 1 day and 20 hours left. Ah. And the theme is 2-button controls, and I'm writing a funky little game that really isn't all that well fleshed out right now, but is just kind of story driven and involves you releasing a whole bunch of drones. And I'm just playing with the drone mechanic right now just to see if I can get it working. It's a bit silly, but then jam games often are. Okay, so drone state recalling, yes. Consider dereferencing, sure, I can do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so hopefully that should work now, and then we won't have to worry quite so much about the third state. Yeah. Cool. So now we need to implement the recall and attack stuff. I love egg salad. I have mine on a croissant. What? That's just fancy egg salad. Leftovers from the cafe that you work at? Nice. There can't be that many perks in the service industry, so leftover croissant is definitely one of them. Collider, yes. Movement controller, yes. All right, so the question is, how are we, first of all, how are we getting them to follow us, I think is the main thing. So we need them to follow us around the screen. Now, I had a way of doing that in my other game, so let's go and look that up. Let's go and look up, what's it called? A cloud of hexlings. And then we're going to look up hexlings. That one. We're a cafe with quite a large bakery, and we make our croissant bread for our sandwiches ourselves. Very cool. Very cool. I don't think I would survive long in a bakery. I think I would consume too much of it. I think that is always the concern. Okay, so recall. Recalling hexlings don't attack anything for now. Clear the target list. I used to consume too much. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, it's definitely an issue. Although they do say never trust a skinny cook, right? Let direction. Right, so we get the player transform. Yeah, we can use this, so we'll adapt this. In fact, we'll adapt both of these things. So let's go and figure out the recall stuff. Handle drone release, handle drone recall. Yeah, so we'll put these in here and comment them both out. And both of the puppies have decided that they're not going to appear on camera because they're sitting at the door waiting to be let out. They're not interested in being on the internet in any way, shape, or form, which I can understand. Okay, so recall. I think this is the most important one. Because we need to always update their movement towards the player every single time the player moves, basically. Okay, so for the recall, we need the player. There's a hexling query, which is going to be a drone query, and a player query. Right. Okay, that's cool. Let's go with, is it a mute? Yeah, mute drones query and transform and mute linear velocity, I think, with drone. Something like that, I think. And then we're also going to need the player. So is a query and transform with player, and there might be some disambiguation things that we need to sort out there as well. Why is that not formatting? What's going on there? What have I missed? Oh, that doesn't look right. There we go. Okay, what's going on here? Linear velocity needs imported. Yeah. Okay, cool. So every time we get an event, we are going to for D in drones or drone in drones, and this is an and mute drones, and this is going to be drone transform. What game engine am I using? I'm using a thing called Bevy, which is, do I have a command for that? I do not. It is a thing called Bevy, which is an engine using the Rust language. It's kind of different because it's not like you don't get an editor to work with or like point and click stuff. It's just all kind of code. So far, although we're hoping to change that eventually. It's an open source engine, so people are still developing it. Drone transform and linear velocity in mute drones. Okay, cool. So and we need to check for the player, which we can do prior to this. So we can go let okay player transform. I'm not so smart. I'm just persistent. I'm basically stubborn is what it is. I just keep doing little bits at a time. Get single else return. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I love hearing you narrate what you do. I bet if I listen to your streams for long enough, you'll learn something. Well, it's possible, but you could also, suffer acute boredom. Someone said they fell asleep listening to me the other day. I'm not sure if that's good. Yeah, unused variable. Cool. So down and we go. Hey, Woodstone, that's how he's been learning. Yeah, falling asleep. Sleep learning. Stats target list clear. Yeah, so let's grab this and we'll work with this because it's very similar to what we want to do. I find this all fascinating. I do this a lot, actually. Let direction, yeah. So player transform translation minus yes. Yes, we need this. This is the thing that we need. We calculate direction. So transform translation. So that's drone transform translation. Cool. And if direction length is greater than max player distance, which is like how far away they're allowed to get from the player. So I think we'll use, we'll just rewrite that slightly to be max distance to player. And we will put that, this is in drones, right? Yeah, so const, let's go const max distance to player is an F32, and we'll call that, I don't know, what, 50, 10, 20, 25. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. What are you chewing? Okay. F direction, yeah. Velocity value is direction normalized times hexlink speed. Okay, interesting. So this is linear velocity. I don't know about value, though. I don't think that's right. Yeah, hang on. That needs to be that. And then this expected LV found Vic3. Right, so Yeah. What did I do in the movement thing that let me do that? I changed both X and Y, and it was controller max speed times controller intent X. Yeah, that's really hacky. Really hacky. Okay. How do I assign? It's more like linear velocity plus equals, right? I've got so many files open, I have no idea what's going on. There we go. Yeah, it's more like plus equals. Cannot be applied to LV. Cannot use plus equals on LV. I thought you could. Maybe I have to do that based on the individual parts of it. Maybe we look at avian. Movement, acceleration, movement, dynamics, movement, linear and angular velocity. Right, you add things to the X and Y component. Move towards. Oh, that could be good. Move towards right-hand side based on the value D. When D is 0, the result will be equal to self. When D is equal to self distance, the result will be equal to RHS. I'm confused. I need an example. Somebody give me an example. Avian 2D. Example. No, I want the GitHub. Where's my GitHub? Avian. Yes, examples. Examples. Move towards. Move. Wow, I can't type apparently. Move toward. No? Move towards. Surely that wouldn't make a difference. Oh, come on. I need an example. Bevy, avian, move towards. Show results with move towards. Well, that's frustrating. Will not go past RHS. So can I just call it based on, is D the speed? When D is equal to self distance, the result will be equal to RHS. Maybe I do a Discord search, which has to be off screen. Sorry about that. We check here, and then we go move towards. Ooh, this is potentially useful. Linear velocity minus equals transform translation XY move towards. Linear velocity doesn't affect the rotation. Minus equals transform translation XY move towards. Holy crap. So the example that they're showing in Discord looks like this. Transform translation XY, move towards vec, D. How is D being set? Oh, so confusing. Let's just check whether the giant green robot understands this or not. Probably not yet. Are you up to date with Bevy Avian 2D? If so, can you explain linear velocity and the move towards function? Memory updated. Yes, I'm familiar with Bevy Avian 2D. Linear velocity, sure. Yep, happy with that. Move towards is commonly used to make an object move towards a specific target position at a certain speed. Okay, I think it's making some of this up, but I think that is kind of similar to what I'm trying to do. Yeah, it's making quite a lot of it up, I think. But let's just see if we can hack it together in some kind of sensible way. Let's try LV. Are we calling move towards on this? Move towards RHS based on the value D. Is D speed? That's kind of confusing. RHS is player transform, possibly player transform translation. Expected vec 2, right. Which will get it a vec 3. And you can truncate a vec. You can turn it. I think you can do an into on this actually. No, you can't. You can truncate them. And let's just say, I don't know, 10. I have no idea what that value is for. I see. LV minus equals. Oh, it's immutable. It should not be. Oh, I see. Yeah. Minus equals can't be applied to linear velocity. Is it? Does it have a 0? I see. So it's 0 is a vec 2. I see. So we can't modify it and use that. So is LV move towards, does that actually change the vec 2? No. Let foo equals, and then we'll go info original. Hello, little puppy. Are you starting to settle down, maybe? Are you? New. LV 0 and foo. Use for disallowed placeholder name foo. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's just see what would that... yeah, we could certainly see if it works, right? Like, or if it breaks. Okay. So we can just spawn as few as possible. And then we'll try flipping the state of them. Ah, here we go. So original was vec2 2.285, and then we changed to new, and it's 12 minus 2. And then that happens every time we recall the drones. Interesting. So move towards does work. But how do I apply it to the LV? I really need an example. I wonder if I can do a GitHub search and pull something useful up. So avian, Bevy, linear velocity, and move towards. One code example. Interesting. How old is this? This is last week. Okay. Totally finding somebody else's work. Bubble target is bubble target move towards next point time delta. Oh, so they're using that as the D value. Interesting. Transform translation clamp, visible half, visible half. I don't know about that, but just figuring out what changed their velocity. Okay. So I think that is good value for D. So let's try player transform translation. We might not need that. Although maybe. What if we did like let target equals LV move towards player transform translation truncate, and we'll go with time delta seconds times whatever the drone speed is. So I guess let's go with call it 10 for now. Actually, that'll be really, really slow. Let's call it 100 at least. And okay. Oh yeah. So we need time is res time. Interesting. Okay. So if I read that right, if I've got a target, then I should modify LV based on acceleration towards the target. I'm not quite sure how to do that. Now let's look at that example again. I assume velocity is LV. Yeah, linear velocity. Plus equals diff. What is diff? Bubble target extend 0, transform right. Hey, baby. What's up? Okay. So let's see. Oh, who do we need to shout out? Practical. He's still on. He's doing the jam too. Cranking away on the jam. He's doing a cool little thing with almost like a. Is it Gallagher? No, not Gallagher. What's that one where you shoot things around in a circle? I've forgotten. But yeah, it's a pretty cool looking game. Okay, bubble target, move towards. Yeah, so the diff is the target minus, whose transform are we talking about here? The bubble. We've probably got ads coming up in a real sec, which I'm going to use to probably make another cup of tea. I highly suggest anyone else do the same. I haven't finished this one yet, but trying to take regular breaks. Okay. So yeah, I'll go and do that. Just kill this mic. Puppy cam is doing a weird focusing thing. Maybe it's gotten sniffed by one of the puppies. Oh, she's off again. Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's all blurry. Don't know what's going on there. Never mind. Okay. Now, just past the 4-hour mark, and we got another 8 to go. Oh. Hard times, man. All right, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Okay. So we're trying to figure out recall. Close a few things that we don't need. We don't really need that either. Animation can go. Okay, this thing. So we can find the target. Welcome back. Thank you. I've got the puppy in jail with me again. She's destroying too much if she's left to her own devices. Else velocity value is vec30. Does LV have a value component, or am I completely spacing on it? You got your puppy with you too? What kind of puppy? Value is private. Interesting. German Shepherd, nice. Okay, so if the target length is greater than max distance to player, then we need to move. We need to move LV towards the player. How do I do that? What is next point? And then directly modifies the transform, but I don't really want to do that. I just want to apply an LV. Effectively rewrite the LV and start accelerating back towards the player. How do I do that? What do we do when we're in movement? If controller intent X, linear velocity X is 0. Otherwise, linear velocity X is controller max speed times controller intent X. Okay, so what if I did this? What if I took away with player and just said do this for anything with movement controller and linear velocity? And then we'll set a max speed on the drone's movement controller. No, not definition. Yeah, we'll do that. And then all we would need to do to make them move would be to set the intent, right? So I could do could do yeah, but how do I know which direction to set the intent in? How do I know that? How do I know? How do I know? I normalize it, right? So if I look at the player controls, if it's up, then intent y plus equals 1 and so on. Normalize so that diagonal movement has the same speed as horizontal and vertical movement. So we're building a vec2 and then we're normalizing it. So I can take a vec2 and set that to intent. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. So if that's the case, I need to have a mutable reference to the drone's movement controller. And I need to query that. LM, yeah, right. Movement controller. Movement controller, intent, equals target? Surely not. That sounds way too easy. Oh, right. Okay, that sounds much, much too easy. So let's figure that out. Okay, we got some drones. Release drones. Recall drones. Nothing happens. Okay, so interesting. Release drones, recall drones. Release drones, recall drones. All right, so that's not working. That would have been too easy. Let's figure out if this is doing a thing. Move toward player. Okay, it never gets called. All right, so that's useful information too. That means we need to know what those values are. So info target length and Max. No barking, puppy. Nice and quiet. Good girl. Good girl. No, quiet dog. Quiet dog. Yeah, quiet dogs get treats. Yeah, they do. There you go. Good girl. Okay, max distance to player. Okay. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, so we got some drones. Release drones, recall drones. Okay, here we go. Oh, distance to target is only 1.6. Okay, that kind of explains it. 1.6 what, I wonder? Or I guess this is not doing what I thought it was going to do, basically. Let's take the condition out of it. Let's do it that way. And just see what the behavior is. I'm curious. If they even move, I'll consider it a win right now. Oh, well, they move somewhere. But it's not the direction I was hoping for. Yeah, they all move the same way. Oh, no. What am I doing wrong? Did they always move in that direction? No, interestingly. Okay. Well, it's not right, but hey, it's something. Oh, that tea is getting very, very strong. Get the tea bag out. Emergency. Okay. Excellent. We have tea. All right, so we're obviously not calculating the thing we thought we were calculating, so that's good to know. This is all useful information. This is useful information. We like it. We like having information. Let's put this back in place. And then let's figure out what we should be calculating. LV, move towards player transform translation. Clearly that's not what we thought it was. It's also possible that this target is not... Yeah. We might actually want it to be normalized like we do in movement. Not in movement, in player. Normalize or 0. Right. Just curious as to whether that has any effect whatsoever. Actually, hang on. Before we do that, let's take this back out. Oh, that one's kind of coming towards me. That's one. Interesting. They're actually all scattering to the winds, which is not what we want. Okay. Well, at least they're not all moving the same way. Okay. So, It seems pretty clear that the target is not what we want. Moves towards right-hand side based on the value D. When D is 0, the result will be equal to self. When D is equal to self distance RHS, the result will be equal to RHS. I think I'm misunderstanding something pretty fundamental about this. Let's try reading this example a little bit more closely. The target is target move towards next point. First of all, maybe we should run this example from this person and see if what is this, by the way? Oh, screensavers. Okay, interesting. The target is only a vec2. It's not an LV. So that's important information. And then move towards is adjusting the value of, where is it? Move towards is adjusting the value of target based on whatever next point is. Visible area sample, so it's just grabbing a random one. Aw, Finn, give me a shout out. Finn's good lad. Now. Move towards next point, time delta times 10. So we're adjusting, essentially we're adjusting the amount that we're moving towards. And then velocity, which is a linear velocity, I think, yes, plus equals diff, which is bubble target extend 0, so a vec3, minus the transform translation xy. Okay. So that's what we were doing earlier when we were subtracting the player transform from the thingy transform. I don't know about the 0.01. And then it clamps based on its max speed. And transform translation is directly modified. Whereas I thought the point was to let LV do that for us. Like if I'm directly modifying translations, I feel like something's not quite right there. What I want to do is set a direction and then let the physics system move it for me. How do I do that? Poor little puppy. That's a very sad story you're telling me. What do we do? What do we do to make your story less sad? What do we do about that? Oh, camera's fixed. Look. See, it's you. You're on the internet. Ta-da! You're on the internet. Good girl. You're being very patient. Actually, you're not really, but we like to think that you might be patient one day. One day you might be. What's this? Ah, there's a camera. Yeah. Good girl. She's very sad because she can't get out. Look, your nose doesn't even fit in the frame. And your ears definitely don't fit in the frame. Because they're too huge. They're much too huge. They just don't fit. She's hilarious. But she's on the prowl. Cannot be contained by a mere office with a computer in it. She escaped. No, she's over next to the door, lying down, waiting to be released. Ah, dear. Poor puppy. It's a hard life. Okay, so. How do I do this? I feel like this is something that people just know ordinarily, and I don't know yet, which is frustrating to me. LV move towards player transform. Is this something that I just need to continuously call? If we call normalize or 0, we get everyone moving in different directions. And also target length doesn't seem to resemble the actual length to the target. Let's, for example, let's go, if we look at Hexling recall, the direction, this, that direction minus drone transform translation, and then we'll also output that and look at the difference between them. Direction, length. I suspect this one will be the accurate one. Okay, so direction length, yeah, direction length is a much more sensible number. Okay, so look, why don't we just, instead of using move towards, which I don't really understand yet, why don't we just say that we're not going to modify LV in here. We're going to instead set the intent based on the direction. So direction, expected vec 2 found vec 3. And let's just try it and see what the behavior is. Ah, ta-da! Hooray! Okay, so now we need it to update. We can get them to follow us anywhere, which is great. How close do they get? We'll just keep going. That's cool. All right, so now we need it to update when you move around because they've still all just got the same direction. If I move away, they're just going to fly off the screen. Oh, I don't know. It's childish, but I just love watching things fly around. Okay. Cool. So that's good. That's progress. We understand now. I don't know how I could use move towards to do the same thing, but I'm going with it. So let's get rid of that. And then let's go get rid of linear velocity here since we don't need it anymore. That means we only modify the velocity in one place, which I kind of like. It seems elegant to me. And we don't need time. All right, cool. So now we need to update them basically when the player moves. We'd almost end up just calling this function again, right? But we don't want to do it every frame. That's going to be kind of painful. Maybe we'd do it when the player moves. Like when they enter a movement key. We could send an event. Or we could continually send the drone recall event every time they move. Is that too hacky? Is that too hacky? I don't know if it is too hacky, to be honest with you. Maybe we could do it here. What would it be called? It would be called mute recall writer, like so. And then, whoop, no bad. It would be recall writer send drone event. No. Drone recall? Is it as simple as that, or am I just wildly underthinking it? Let's see. Ah, yes. Yes. I don't know if this is the efficient way of doing it, but it's fun. I think they need a little bit more distance. And they also need to know when to stop moving, because right now they're just going to push me around. But it's fun. Come this way, my drone children. That's fun. But yeah, we need more of a separation between them. So that's cool. Let's We don't need that info anymore, I don't think. Sending this event again ensures the drones update their movement controller intent with the player's new location. Okay. Nice. So let's go back to drone. And what about the release? We need to do the opposite. Oh, well, we were going to provide some separation, right? So max distance to player. Only 25. So let's make that more like, I assume this is a pixel value. Let's make that more like 100 and see what it looks like. Well, they still don't have a mechanism for stopping is the only thing. Oh, actually, that's kind of interesting because they're trying, and then only when they hit that boundary are they starting to return back. So we also need a minimum distance, right? Like they should stop accelerating once they get to the minimum distance. So const min distance to player, say, I don't know, 75? So if direction length is greater than max, if direction length is less than max, what would we do? Just set LV to 0? We'll set the intent to 0. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. It's worth a try. Oh, wait, I used max twice. Aha, they tried to stop, but they all got shoved into each other. They are trying to stop. What would be great is if they would kind of spread out around you and just orbit. Actually, maybe that's a good idea. Instead of stopping, what if they changed their thing so that they orbited you? How would I calculate that? I'm going to need to ask the robot about calculating that. So that they just fly around you. Look how much some of them are spinning too. That's good though. That's much better. But I feel like these should be moving away. Maybe it would work better if there were fewer of them. Oh, they stopped spawning after a restart the game. Well, Tilly doesn't know that the horses are walking past outside. Hopefully she doesn't have to know, because she'll bark. She will bark, bark, bark like a barky thing. Okay, interesting. So first of all, let's change that to more like 90. And then what's this? No idea. What we're going to do, we're going to try and make it orbit, but let's just see what the spacing looks like with this. Oh, that's better. Yep. They don't move away from you, which they probably should. But yeah, we'll make them orbit. Make them orbit instead. Okay. So I'm going to have to ask the robot for help with this. Unless... Yeah, I need to calculate an orbit around... How do I do this? Because strictly speaking, that could be breaking the game rules, because I'm not... the jam rules, because I'm not just looking stuff up. I am asking it to calculate for me, which wouldn't be correct. How do I find the orbit of something? Find a point. Accelerate around an object orbit. Not quite what I'm looking for. I can ask it to explain the concept without being specific, I think. Explain how to calculate an orbit around an object using Vec3. I think this is okay. I'm not asking for a solution. I just need the concept explained to me. I think it's got to do with using radians. And velocity, I guess. Central object, sure. Gravitational force. I don't think I care about that. Position and velocity vectors. Newton's second law. This is getting a little more than I actually wanted. Boy. I think I want it to travel at an angle I guess perpendicular to the center of the object, but always kind of leaning towards it. If that makes sense. What if gravity were not a factor and all we need to do is circle an object in 2D without straying too far from it? Got a position vector and a velocity vector, perpendicular to the position vector, sure. initial position and then velocity. Okay. The velocity should always be tangent to the circle. I don't think... do I want to see a pseudocode? As long as you maintain the relationship between the position and velocity vectors, the object will trace a circular path around the origin without drifting away. Oh, Tilly, it's so sad, the story that you're telling me. But you have to stay here. You do. You have to stay here. It's going to be okay. It's going to be just fine. It's going to be just fine. Good girl. Let's think about this. I need to give them a velocity perpendicular to the center of my object. And if they're too far away, I need them to come back. So let's ask a specific question, like in Bevy, how would one obtain a velocity perpendicular to a given vec3? You can use the cross product. Reference is vec3y. Calculate the cross product. What on earth is the cross product? Bevy math. Bound the ship within the invisible level bounds. Ooh, is this this is from an actual example. My lack of sleep is catching up to me, so I'm going to lurk while taking a power nap. You absolutely should. I approve of this. I approve of this. Have a nice snooze. I wonder if anybody's got some existing art I could look at. Orbit controls, no. Orbiting. No, I think that's camera orbit. Orbiting spaceship movement? Musicians today, what? Positions slowly drift apart as they continue orbiting. Orbit is notoriously difficult. I don't want to hear that. What about Bevy 2D orbiting? between 2D circles. Moving sprite example, but instead of just move up and down, you should use something like polar coordinate system. Puppy, I understand. It's very sad, but you have to stay here. You do. You have to stay here. Mm-hmm. You do. Orbit center, orbit radius, orbit speed, orbit pos. His angle is times equals orbit speed, orbit radius times vec3 nu, angle cosine angle sine, 0. Interesting. Change its translation depending on the time that has passed since startup. Hmm. 2 pi. But how could I do that as polar coordinate system? Let's see if we can adapt this to our examples somewhat. So the thing is, I can't use just direct translation adjustment. I need to use move towards a direction. So I think that's going to be okay though. Because orbit pos orbit radius times equals vec3 nu. So let's look at this. Let's look at so instead of the direction being just the direction towards the player, now we want angle is going to be an F32, right? Time elapsed seconds times 2 times pi. So let's start with that value. Let angle equals time elapsed seconds times, it's a very sad story, sorry? Times pi times an orbit speed, which is going to be, I don't know, let's call it 10 for now. Or actually, we can just use drone speed, right? And then orbit radius, what's going on there? Oh, I see, this is what we're returning. So that's our new translation. That's the addition to our translation. So let's try orbit radius. Where is that value? 150. Okay. So let's go with let direction equals min distance to player. Vec3 new angle cos angle sine O. I really doubt that this is correct. Oh yeah. Yes. Okay. This is extremely unlikely, but let's try it. I actually have no idea. Let's give it a crack. Nope. Definitely not. They're not even moving. Okay, so let's figure that out. Let's find out what angle and direction is and why it's less than max distance to player. Why it's greater than max distance to player. Oh, and we would need to get rid of this too. Okay, so let's go info, angle, and direction. And direction length. Okay. Looks like we got some... Oh, actually, it might be coming up time for the lunch break, now that I think of it. Whoa. Okay, well, that's been called a lot. And the angle is just getting higher and higher. Okay. So that's obviously wrong. Direction length is always 90. And direction is all over the place. But angle just keeps going higher and higher. Okay. Obviously not what we're after. Oh, because time elapsed seconds, right? So that's clearly wrong. We are going to do the 12 o'clock break and have a bit of have a bit of food, and I will be back to continue the afternoon session. Okay. Oh, we got some sunshine in this room now. That's not bad, except that I can't quite see the screen as well as I'd like. Hang on. Tricky. Very, very tricky. Let's compromise on some sunshine and some not, shall we? Yeah, let's compromise about there. That's a good compromise. We like that compromise. Now, let us go. We've done the lunch break. We were back in a little over 20-ish, but that's okay. Oh, and it had some chili in it, so ooh. All right. So where were we? We were trying to figure out how to get things to orbit, right? That was the goal. We were trying to get them to orbit us, and they weren't. In fact, that's right, the angle was just getting higher and higher because of elapsed seconds. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at that example. Time elapsed seconds times 2 times pi. Won't that always be getting higher, though? But we're taking angle cos and angle sine. I don't know about this. Why are we modifying? Oh, I see. Orbit speed is a half. Interesting. Well, we don't want to be multiplying by drone speed. I know that much. Let's try that. Just see whether that modifies the behavior at all, so we can understand this a bit better. It looks like they're trying to move. Okay, maybe not. Because we're probably never getting to this point, right? Just trying to come up with a direction that's not straight towards the center of the object. Well, they are orbiting, but they're orbiting a fixed point. That's hilarious. But it's also really good, right? That's so cool. As this gets higher, does that matter? That's really cool. So now all we need to do is get them to orbit around the player. It's hilarious. Doesn't seem to vary based on, yeah. Okay. Direction length is 90. So you could have two different directions, right? You could have one where if they are greater than distance, they just go straight towards the player, but otherwise they do an orbital. I feel like it shouldn't be necessary, though. Min distance to player. Vectory new angle cos, angle sine, and 0. Is 0 the center? No, 0 is just the z-axis, right. Orbit center plus orbit pos. Right, so what would happen if we did direction is orbit let direction equals player transform translation minus drones, no, plus orbit, right? I don't know. I'm confused. I spend my life in confusion. Interesting. They're kind of trying to orbit in a way. Sort of, but not really. No. It's yeah, no, not really. Okay. All right, what happens if you only do this? Actually, I wanted to see what direction was, or what direction length was. And also, what do they do if they're really close? Okay, so they're really close. Where do they go? Okay, direction length is... All right. I feel like we've got something here. We know how to orbit a position, but this I feel like orbits their current position. Let's test that theory with this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's orbiting their current position, right? But it's orbiting the drone's own current position, so they're just all in kind of sync. So how can I relate that to... because it's getting the direction right, but only if it's not, if the transform is, yeah, only in relation to its own position. I feel like I'm so close to understanding this. So min distance to player is the radius of its orbit, but its orbit is around a fixed point. So what if we subtract that from... I think we've already tried that, right? No. Nope. Okay. Definitely not. Besides, it's just kind of guesswork at that point. I wonder if you keep this to get the direction. This is kind of the velocity, right? No, they just go back to orbiting themselves again. Just using a different length. If I move in here, does it look like they're... No. Now, this is a radius, not a diameter, so that's important too. The radius probably need to be quite a bit bigger. So what if we do this? What if we do that? What if we change it like that so that we only do it if we're close enough? I mean, sort of, except I doubt if it's the center of the sprite that they're orbiting. That's kind of hilarious. I actually don't know what is the transform the center. So it doesn't feel like they're orbiting the center. It's amusing to watch, though. So they'll still follow around. But yeah, not really. It's almost like they're patting it. it's quite disturbing to watch. And the angle just keeps going. Direction length is 90 odd. I wonder if it's not the center of the sprite. Maybe the transform's in the upper right. So Bevy sprite transform center. The center will be at 0, 0. We'll spawn at the center of the transform. If we have a black 3x3 block and a white 1x1 block, the smaller block will spawn at the center of the larger block, which spawned at 0, 0. Okay. Sure. The offset is set by the center of the transform. We can make some calculations to set the offset to make it look like the origin is in a different location. Good old Chris Biscotti, he's always got the answers. I don't think this is what I'm looking for, but it's close. Transform translation equals orbit center plus orbit pos. But what if I just want a direction? I don't want the translation. I don't want to directly modify the translation. I want to change the LV. Maybe I am supposed to add the orbit center though. Maybe, I don't know. What? Oh my god. What the hell? Okay. No, I don't think that's it, but it's interesting. At least there, it's kind of like one of those space scrolling effects. Oh man, I am so in the weeds. I'm so in the weeds. All right. I wonder if I should normalize this too. Ooh. No. Not quite. No. For a moment there, I thought it was going to work. But no. Definitely not. I really want them to orbit. I really do. How do I make this work? How do I make this work? I need to understand what direction they need, and then the LV should take care of itself. The transform should take care of itself. If we adjust the LV based on what's in movement, we just need to say what the intent is. What happens if you don't normalize either of them, just out of curiosity? Probably explodes. Yeah, it goes a bit nuts. Okay, what happens if I don't include time? Oh, I'm already not including. Oh, you're same. So 2 pi plus speed, right? I think we need to go back to normalizing. No, definitely not. Uh, well, I mean, it chooses an angle to fly around, but then it just hangs out, oscillating back and forth like a little wiggly worm. Not quite what we're after. I need someone to understand, to explain this concept to me, because I'm obviously just not getting it. Frustrating. I could punt on it, but I really want it to work. I feel like it's kind of a crucial part of this. I could directly modify the translation rather than using LV. If we look at movement, we're just changing the LVX or LVY based on what the intent is. So really, it's just a question of always setting the right direction. But when you think about it, they only ever update their direction. Oh. They only ever update their direction when the player moves. Ooh. That could be a key point. Because we only do it when this recall writer send gets sent. So maybe if instead of that, we need to do it based on an update that always gets run. So what happens if we take this away? Because we do still set the game state, right? Yeah. So we send it once. So what happens if I... So handle drone recall would instead have to just run all the time, basically. So continuously updating what the intent was. Not sure about time yet. I think that's always going to be a greater and greater value. But we only want to do this when we're in recall. So we need the current state. Drone state, right? Oh, we got ads. Okay. Might be cruising towards the end of an ad break. Drone state is going to be res state. Drone state. And if drone state get okay. Now, yeah, let's try that. Well, right, because that control's not actually doing anything right now. Okay, good to know. If drone state get is and drone state recalling. Oh yeah, so it does set it. Hmm. Why didn't that do anything? Would have expected something. Nope. Why didn't that work? No, it's definitely getting called. But it's not outputting anything. Does that mean that there's no drone transforms? I feel like I should be at least seeing some output. Weird. Is it possible they don't have movement controllers for some reason? Why though? What is going on there? Nope, it's not getting there. So there are no drones or nothing from this query. They don't have movement controllers? What's going on? What did I change? See what's in the query. We got drones. We got movement controllers, acceleration, max speed, and intent. Well, you can make him move. That's good. I like that. It's very handy. Okay, so that works. And what was the other thing? Oh, transform. Well, they've obviously Surely they've got to transform. Yeah. Rotating, but that's okay. So why would there be no drones in the query? What am I missing? There's no output here. What the hell? Oh, no, it doesn't even get there. Okay, cool. So that's not happening. What, it's not getting the player transform? What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something really obvious here and I have no idea what it is. I think my brain is starting to get a bit fried. It's definitely not getting there. Oh, I know what it is. This doesn't fire. God, I'm such a dummy. This doesn't fire in that state. That's why. Shit. Yep, so it needs to run in handle drone recall needs to run in if in state. Yeah. This is not event-based stuff anymore anyway. Actually, let's take that out of there. Let's take that off. And let's do that. Wow, took me way too long to figure that out. Okay. They follow, then they kind of just jiggle. They're not gradually working their way around, are they? No. Okay. We should limit it to running in game state playing, though. Is it playing? I forget. Playing a message, yeah. Okay. And then let's take the time back out of it again. I don't understand why you would use a value that was constantly increasing, but I could be misunderstanding that. No. All right. I'm going to need to ask for some help, and it's going to have to be from ChatGPT, but I need to do it in a way that that's like looking up Google, consolidating Google. So let's ask it a different way. Body X, body, I don't know, player has a transform. Let's assume it's 0, 0. With a translation. Body drone has a translation. Likewise. How do we calculate a direction so that drone will eventually toward an orbit of player rather than its center. I don't want the full example in Bevy. I want to understand how it works. Okay, we have their positions. Calculate a target point using trigonometric functions, which I think we're already doing, right? Pi divided by 4. Interesting. So they don't use time at all. The radius is 5, let's say. position x plus orbit radius cos, position y plus orbit radius angle sine. Okay. So is that similar to what we're doing here with new angle cos, angle sine, and O? So in other words, we multiply the angle by the orbit radius and the player. We add the player position in the orbit radius and then multiply it by the angle. Pi divided by 4. Okay, we've used 2 pi here. Let's take this step by step. If angle is, wait, can we do that? No, we can't. Okay. And then we're saying that we need to multiply by the player position and the orbit radius. So let's say I go angle, and I'm not sure if this is the correct order. Okay. So we get that, and then this statement here makes more sense. Hang on, let's do this. Interesting. Okay, so because angle is now a vec2. I see. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go with target. So point on an orbit around the player. So target is min distance to player plus, oh wait, did we use times before? Was that the problem? Yes. But I think it still ends up with it being a vec2, which is not what we want. All right. Let target, which is point on an orbit around the player, equals min distance to player plus I see. That does need to be a vec too. Translation x times angle cos times angle sine all right. And then because we have a target, we can get the direction between our current position and that target. Right, so we could go let orbit direction equals target minus drone transform translation xy, and then this becomes orbit direction normalize or 0 Not sure if time needs to play a role there. I don't know. Let's see how that goes. No. Interesting that it kind of slides up to the right, right? Like if I do this, it looks like it tries for a little while and then it kind of fails. What happens if you come from the other direction? Interesting, so it always ends up in that top right quadrant. Let's try and prove that. It's trying to get there. Oh man, okay. So no, not ideal. I feel like it's focusing on a different point. Oh, that only happens if it's less than min distance to player. So you need it to be, I think you actually need it to be universal, right? Like just do it the same way all the time. Well, no. Nope. Oh dear. Point on an orbit around the player. All right, so let's go further into our explanation here. Calculate the direction vector. The vector difference between the two positions. Yep, that we already did. They used normalize rather than normalize or zero. Apply it to set the velocity. So angle, yes. Orbit target, yes. Plus equals, yeah, so that's directly modifying the translation. Instead of modifying the translation, what if we had to alter the linear velocity in a physics system? Actually, no. What if we simply had to set the intent as a normalized vec2? Which is what I did. But it's not successful. Why is the angle pi divided by 4? I need to understand that too. You have a specific angle O or direction for the orbital point. Oh, theta? Is that a theta? Example angle 45 degrees. I see. Explain further the use of the angle 45 degrees. What does changing this value affect? The specific point on the orbit where you want the drone to target. Oh, as in, right, I understand. So you're headed for that point. Right. What if instead we wanted to calculate, wouldn't we just keep incrementing the angle? The orbiting drone to continually orbit the target. Wouldn't this mean constantly updating the angle? Gradually increase the angle over time. So that's where you would multiply by time, right? That's why that bubble example was getting at using time. I see. Orbit speed times time elapsed seconds. And what is orbit speed 0? All right. So we use angle cos and angle sine to make that happen. So now we don't need pi anymore? I don't understand. I guess not. All right. So let's go with time elapsed seconds. Now I understand that a little bit better, so that's good. Multiplied by? Yeah. Multiplied by the drone speed. Okay. The angle at which we want to be with relation to the player. By gradually increasing this, we can orbit the player. Now, I don't know if multiplying it by drone speed is going to be correct, because drone speed is like 100 or something high. Actually, it's movement controller max speed. But maybe we should also have orbit speed. I don't know. Let's see what the behavior is. I'm starting to get a handle on what's going on here. This is taking a lot of time, but I think it'll be worth it. They're trying too hard to... they're gradually moving. They're gradually getting closer. Maybe. I don't think they are. Okay. You know what? Let's not multiply it by the speed just yet. See if we can get a slightly more reasonable effect. All right. Well, they're not moving towards me, so that's bad. Oh, unless they're trying to orbit from a very great distance. No, they are orbiting, but they're not orbiting me. Okay, let's try and get in a better position. These are orbiting themselves. Kind of. I wonder if they're actually orbiting the 0 point. So we need to relate it to me somehow. Player transform translation. We are, I think. Did they adjust their example based on the fact that we were using time? No. Orbit radius times angle cos, angle sine. We need to understand this. This is important. So drone position is its current position. And then we go target minus drone position normalize. Yeah. So the only difference I can think of was we're using normalize or 0. So maybe we should use normalize. I don't know. Hang on. Read the description of that. To length 1 if possible, otherwise 0. Oh, interesting. So there's really only one or the other kind of thing. What happens if we just do normalize? Target minus drone transform translation XY. That seems correct. They're still trying to orbit that initial point. Yep. Yep, they head back towards that orbit. I don't know. That doesn't seem right either. I think based on the time elapsed seconds, it's just not, it's not sensible. It's more of an elliptoid. Tricky. So I feel like we're close because we're understanding what the angle is now. But using time elapsed seconds very quickly establishes quite a high number. Whereas they're using time elapsed seconds and orbit speed. When I used orbit speed, that made it way too high, right? Let's just try. Wait a minute, is that a multiplication? Yeah. Let's try making it a half just out of curiosity to see what the change is. But I want them to move towards me, not towards that point. I feel certain they're trying to orbit this point. Actually, maybe they're trying to orbit where they were spawned. Let's go here. Nope, pretty sure they're trying to orbit that point. Making it 0.5 just means that it's longer. Yeah. Interesting. If only we can get it to understand that it's not the 00 point I want to use. I did say that. Min distance to player plus player transform translation X. Target minus drone transform translation. That is the direction. I've been stuck on this a while. It's frustrating. But I just gotta stick with it. I gotta think about it. It's orbiting the 0 point. Let's look at their example again. Direction to orbit is the target minus the drone position, which I think is what I'm doing. Yeah. Sure, why not? Speed multiplied by time elapsed seconds. The target is the player transform plus the orbit radius multiplied by angle cosine. Is there any... There's no reason that... Oh, wait a minute. Times is going to get evaluated first there. I can't really see why that would make a difference, but let's just rule it out. Well, it's moving towards me. It's trying to orbit. It's orbiting me! Holy shit! Oh my god, it's orbiting me. Oh my god, it's orbiting me. It's orbiting me. Oh, that's so exciting. Ah. Yes. Yes. Thank goodness. I wonder why it collides with me first and then decides to sort itself out. It's like, gives me a little hug. But they're orbiting me. What does it look like if you have a lot of them? Oh, they all just clump up. That's a shame. Did they eventually sort themselves out? Oh, dude, it's been hard work. But we've finally got it to the point where they will orbit the player, but it's kind of clumsy, as you can see. It's like some kind of microbiological phenomenon we're looking at here. But they orbit, sort of. They also push you around. That shouldn't happen. How's yours going? Are you having fun? No, don't push me around. Just having a break and doing some cleaning. Ah, nice. I can hear the dryer in the next room beeping because something's gone wrong. I'll go and sort it in a sec. Okay, so if you've got a low number of them, the orbit is much cleaner. But they all still kind of clump together. I wish they were spread apart. I wonder how I can do that. Like if they all occupied at a different point in the orbit instead of using the same orbit all the time. We need like a random element, almost. I'm really happy with the speed of what you're able to do now. The overall product is okay. Just need to polish some of the movement. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, after a while, you start to get to the point where you can move a bit faster. I'm still not there. I have spent so long trying to get this to work. It's stupid, really, because it reduces the amount of actual game I'll be able to build, but it's an interesting mechanic. How can I spread those out? What if I add like a random factor between 1 and 360 to the result? To get a different degree point that it's headed towards. But then it might end up moving backwards sometimes. What about if we varied their speed? Would that spread them out? If we vary their speed by a random amount, maybe. Would that do it? Have I eaten and hydrated? I have. I've still got some food sitting in front of me, actually, but I've been taking regular breaks, and I'm due for another one in 14 minutes. I've got my times. I got my times sussed. But I've definitely, my brain is not working as well as it could. How do I get them to spread out? I could make their colliders bigger, but I don't think that would work. I think that'll just clump up still, because they're all heading towards the same point on the circle. That's the problem. What if I use time as... No, you need a random element. We need rand, so I need to remember how rand works again. I need... oh yeah, here we go. Don't need that. Don't need that. Do need that. Now, we need to set the angle. Time elapsed seconds is definitely not what we want. What happens if we multiply that by the drone speed again? It just gets ridiculously big, right? Good. I have a bunch of kumara steaming as a snack through the day. Nice. Nice. Okay, so if we do that... Actually, that's kind of worse. Yeah, that makes it bad. We won't do that. The angle is wrong if we do that. But it'd be nice to vary it by a factor. For that matter, should we store the angle that the drone's headed for so that it's in... it's kind of in a fixed orbit? No, that doesn't make any sense. What about this random stuff? So... register 0. Random angle is I need to choose a random number in a range. Oh, sorry, flashbang. Zero and 100 inclusive. Oh, thread RNG gen range 0 to 100. Okay. RNG gen range 1 to 360, or is that silly? Times angle. Oh, no gen range? Wait, what? seems that they do not agree with you. Oh, it's a trait. Right. What's the trait? Rand RNG? Okay. Can you do it with floats? I don't think you can, right? Can I get a gin range float? Hmm. Oh, you can. You just have to use a decimal. So 1, comma 360, comma. Does that work? No. No, it does not. How do I get a float? Gen range float, please. Give me float. Oh, not C++. And stop flashbanging everybody. Ah. Stop it. RNG gen. Oh, okay. Within a range. Uniform from. Custom type. No. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. I didn't realize you just have to include the 0. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay. Okay, now we've got a problem because that needs to be random angle. The trouble is they're going to be cycling back and forth a lot. Between angles, so I feel like they're just going to oscillate in place. So let's just see if that's the case. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, no. All right, so how do I get them to spread out? Don't multiply it, maybe. Maybe add it. Just to reduce the difference. Or add a fraction. Okay, we got ads coming through, so in a sec, I'm going to grab a coupler. Yeah, not really. They're trying to find the angle. feel like just adding a small amount could be quite effective, but I don't know how. How can I get them to spread out? Just use bigger colliders? I just don't feel like that's going to be realistic. They're just going to be tripping all over each other because everybody's trying to get to the same point. The only way I can think to do it is for them all to store their own target. But that feels kind of clunky, but maybe that's the way to go. So they're not all using the same one. Okay, we got ads. All right, we're getting there. We have our cup of tea. Oh, shoot. I just remembered something. I'll be right back. That's better. We got a bit of foods on the board. On board. Okay. Now, this orbiting business. I'm going to ask the machine to suggest it. Without providing code, can you suggest any way to prevent multiple drones from all aiming for the same angle of orbit? I.e., for them, maybe we should use an offset, right? Like a 1 to 360 offset. Ooh, that's interesting. All to occupy different parts of the orbit, but to be moving in the same direction, e.g., clockwise. Phase offsetting, yeah. Different initial angles. Spacing their initial angles by, yeah, which is the same thing. Consistent update. Interesting. 360 divided by n degrees. I see, the number of drones, right. So actually, I could maintain a counter. I don't need a random. Offset equals 2 pi. I bet that's what he was trying to do with the 2 pi. Yeah. So I could use the iter. Yeah. So drones iter counted? No, iter. How do you do it with I? God damn it, I've forgotten. Rust iterate with index. Enumerate, thank you. Oh, I see. Right. Like that? Nope, not like that. Oh, I see. So, right, it's got to be mutable. I see. I gotcha. Right. So actually, this could be multiplied by 2 times pi plus or times? Huh. 2 pi divided by n. Swarming rules? What? That sounds cool, but I have no idea how to do it. 2 pi over n, or 360 over n. Yeah, but how do I alter it? Based on the current iterator. Like O plus 1. Would it be enough to just add the iterator? Or am I going crazy? That's not going to be an F-32 for one thing. No, no, no. Just curious to see what adding the number of it, what kind of variation that gives us. I don't necessarily need them to spread out evenly, although it would be interesting. That's awesome. They're so happy. They're happy little drones. Oh, that's so cool. The number of slots on the orbit we want to occupy is, I don't know, slots equals is the wrong word, segments maybe, 2 times pi divided by, or even just 360, right? 360 divided by drones iter count, or count possibly, or length. No, bad. Iter count. It's length, isn't it? No? Oh, I'm just guessing now. This is not good. We know how to count these things. It's not iter count. It is iter count. What is the problem? Oh, cannot divide float by U size. Yeah, sure. Cannot borrow. Oh, yeah. Spacing their initial angles by this. Actually, we could go let space by like that, and then we could go let angle equals that's going to be mutable. offset equals 0. Then we go these are terrible names. We actually don't need it to be enumerated, but that's okay. Let's just roll with it for a sec and see where that leads us. Okay, heading towards me. Oh, hey, that's not bad. I like it a lot. Oh, man. Except one of them's caught inside me, but other than that, that's great. Yeah, I'll take it. It's not perfect, but it's good. Oh, man. That was hard. Okay, cool. So let's go and orbiting drones. Hooray. Oh my god. That took me forever. Whew. Okay. This is such the way. We're going to spend the whole time on mechanics and none on actually developing the game. Always the way. I need slip of tea. And we need to do another shout out. Irish. Oh, that's the second one. Oh, well. I need to make it so that it doesn't automatically shout out one person more than once. But Irish John is absolutely worth a shout out. Okay, so now we can take away the enumerate because we don't need that. Excuse me. And we don't use max distance to player anymore, because they all happily congregate in their orbit. Hilarious. Oh, well, we definitely learned something, so that's good. That is really good. Gradually, we can increase the targeted angle of orbit for each drone. This should result in spreading the drones out around the player sprite. Okay, cool. We only need to set the intent, the movement logic will take care of updating the, what's it called? Not lateral, linear velocity. Okay. Now, let's do another build. So the way they did it was yeah, anyway. I'll think about it more later. It took a long time. All right, let's do another build. I pushed, right? Yeah. I think we're up to 0.4 or 0.5. Oh, I need to remember how to do the tagging. Let's find that out. That'd be a good idea. Read the CI docs. Where are the CI docs? Official quick start guide. Oh no, not that. Where's the thing that tells you about the git tagging? Ah, here we go. Every push tag in the format to V, it has to be V 1.2.3. So can I get the list of current tags? Oh, it's not git tag ls, is it? Oh, I just git tagged ls. Whoops. Git tag. No, git help tag. Otherwise, I'll create a tag named help. List. V. D. List is -L. D is, I presume, delete. So git tag ls. I hardly ever use tagging like this. Oh yeah, D ls. There we go. Git tag L. No? If one of A, S, or U is passed, the command creates a tag object. So L, list tags with optional pattern. Running git tag without arguments also lists all tags. Okay. Absolutely none. All right. So what happens if I go git tag v 0.5? I don't really know. Like that. Okay, so now we've got v 5.0. Is that enough to push it to trigger? I can't remember. I wonder if that's tagged the previous commit though. Let's go with this. Definitely not running a release anyway. So that's good. Create tag and push to remote. Oh, damn it. Get push origin tag. I see. Don't push all tags. Okay. Get tag VO. Actually, hang on. Get tag D VO.5.0. And then get, we'll tag it now. I don't know. Yeah, we'll tag it now to change the commit. VO.5.0. Hang on, do I have to just... Yeah. Get push tag origin VO.5.0. Did I get that wrong? Oh, I see. Get push origin tag. Okay. Has that been enough to trigger the release? Yes. Interesting. That's good. I like that. Cool. Happy about that. All right. So we'll let that build because it's going to take a while. What time is it and what are we up to? It's 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. All right. So we've got drones that follow us around in orbit. The next thing is to make drones target stuff. So we can assume that drones will latch on to the nearest available target. But we also want a mechanism to be able to choose between the two targets. But I think I might actually take that away from the player and just do it for them. Or maybe just the nearest target. Depends if we run out of time, in which case we'll probably just YOLO it. Okay. Let's go with implementing some kind of targeting. Probably nearest targeting, right? Nearest available target. So we're going to need an enemy. 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 Yes, we are. Brain, work. Work, brain. Okay. Let's take drones, which are... quite similar to what we want to end up with. Oh, no, they're not really. Maybe we should take player instead. Yeah, let's take player instead. So let's go player, copy, Same directory and enemy. I don't know what they're going to be called. Okay, then we go game, mod, add enemy. Okay, and basically replace every instance of player with enemy to start with. I'm not sure about animations yet. Yep, most of this won't be necessary, but some of it will. Enemy animation needs to be added. None of the control stuff is necessary. There's no such thing as an enemy message. But we will need a movement controller. We won't need any of the recording input stuff. Or that. Probably not that. Certainly not that. Get rid of all this. Keep that. Keep that. Get rid of that. And that. And all of that. And most of that, except we need a new sprite. Let's create one while we think of it. Another 64K sprite. 64K. New 64 by 64. And maybe a few animation frames. I have no idea what this is going to be, so we'll just create a square. A red square. And a couple of extra frames. And maybe cycle some colors through. Just for the hell of it. Very slowly, probably. Oh. No, that's bad. Maybe. How do we do the duplication again? Oh, new frame, that's right. Yeah, whatever. Okay, save as in art. Enemy. And export sprite sheet. Ha! Cute. Enemy PNG, but in assets, textures. Beautiful. Okay. Ooh, we're at 7 hours and 46 minutes. No wonder I'm tired. Now we add that to asset thingy. Enemy starts with E, therefore we put it here. And then we go back to enemy. And we use that texture. And we change the atlas layout to be 8 columns, I want to say, and 1 row. Nice one. Nice one. Okay, we don't need drone input. That can go away. Trigger message state? Nope. Show text box? Nope. Freeze movement? Possibly. Possibly. Okay, so okay. Bunch of unused inputs. Yeah. Okay, so now we need to create an enemy animation. These probably should be in like little sub crates. But let's not go there quite yet. Beautiful. All right. And then we better create the type first, I suppose. I wonder if as I get more tired, I'll just gradually stop talking. It could happen. It could happen. I do apologize if that happens. So this will be drone animation. Yeah. So we need all of this, basically. Do some find and replace to get rid of the early stuff. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, timer, usize, yep, sure. Now, its states is going to be... Actually, I should have gone with the player states, really, but never mind. Idling and walking. Oh, these are local consts, so you can just go... Totally should have just copied the player one. Timer mode repeating, yep. Okay. Okay. What are you trying to report to me up there? Weird. I'm quite sure why it's doing that. Self-idling and then update timer. Sure. There's a lot of match blocks involved in this stuff. I'm sure it's fine. Just doesn't really feel quite the same. Now, we don't have a walking animation yet, so I'll probably just ignore that for now. So the frames are going to be, there's 8 idling frames. Not sure what to do about the walking frames. Yeah, normally we wouldn't do that. Right. Okay. Update enemy animation movement. Update and drone animation timer becomes enemy animation timer. And there must be a way to make this generic. Oh, it is? Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Arguments to this method are incorrect because we're still using a drone state. Okay. Missing a type parameter enemy state. Oh, apparently I haven't defined one yet. Oh, right, because we don't need... Yeah, these are not drones. We don't need to do that. We do the intent instead, which is in player. I totally should have copied player. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we should just use this. Okay. And then this one really should be above the enemy one. Just so we don't get thoroughly confused even more than we currently are. Which we already have done because we deleted the drone state thing. So this is drone state res state drone state. Enemy animation movement, yes. Animation timer, yes. Okay, that all looks a bit more reasonable. All right, so now we go back to enemy. Oh, we got ads in a sec. We go back to enemy and we look for issues. We don't currently have issues. We need a place to spawn enemy. So let's go with doing that in level. Spawn enemy. Apply world. And we'll probably have an initial spawn point thing to do there. Nice one. Let's see what happens there. Okay. It's got a circular collider. We should probably fix that. But yeah, now we've got an enemy. I love that orbiting. That's so much fun. They just keep flying away and then they come back. Cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so yeah, we need to change that collide. Whoops, that was not supposed to happen. All right, so our itch upload worked. Let's see how that's going on the build. Oh, it's so cool. Interesting. So they can cluster up, huh? Once they get past a certain density. That must be the way I'm calculating it. Huh. Weird. Okay. That was a couple stuck over there too. Okay, cool. It works. All right. We're done with ads. We're done with ads. Okay. So now our next task is to first of all, we should provide a transform to spawn it at. Just call it translation. Be nice and consistent. And then we can use that, and we can also provide a collider which is not a circle. Translation, transform from translation, config translation. Beautiful. Okay, so now I should be able to say in level, I don't know, 200. Is it just new? I can't even remember. Oh, well, that's obviously not it. Oh, right, it's just a vec3. It's not a translation. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So now it should spawn somewhere else, in theory. Theory. We have all these theories. We have many, many theories. Okay, good. So it's not right on top of it, and it's got a better collider. We can run into it, and we can push it around. Which is probably not ideal, but, you know, could be an interesting mechanic. Push the enemy around. We can't push tiles around though, can we? No. Because it's not a rigid body. That's why this is working. That might be kind of fun. Okay, so now we get the drones to attack the enemy. That's the next stage. Hey, Finding Focus Dev, how you doing? Welcome. How was your stream? There is Finding Focus Dev. Was it good? You're not doing solo dev jam, are you? I ask everybody. Actually, we did need drones. We need drones because we're going to head towards them. So let's get drones back. And... handle drone release. That's what we want. We need a query that tells us where all the enemies are. So enemies is query trying to debug pesky touch detection for mobile. Right, you were saying it sounds hard. It sounds really hard. And transform with enemy. Oh, we can't find enemy? Really? There it is. It's right there. Okay. Oh, we also need all the drones. Query. What do we need? Transform. And movement controller. And mute movement controller. Nice. Well, thank you very much for reading in. I am slightly punch drunk because this is now my 8th hour of streaming, and I did 12 yesterday, but we're trying to get somewhere with Solo Dev Jam. And it's a mission, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We have mechanics. We don't really have a game. We just have mechanics. For drone and mute drones, and in fact this is going to be for movement controller transform. And then again, this is going to be mute movement controller. And that's better. Cannot buy drones is mutable because it's not, but it should be. There we go. And we need to find the direction of the target. So let target or let direction equals enemy. Oh, we need to loop through the enemies. But we only want the first one. We want the closest one to each drone, basically. I guess we could do a nested loop. It worries me a little, but there's probably never going to be that many more than one or two enemies. Well, let's just start with a single enemy. If let okay t equals no, let's be more specific. Enemy transform equals enemies get single, kind of a contradiction in terms. Let direction equals enemy transform translation minus drone transform translation. And then we will update our movement controller so that movement controller intent equals direction XY normalize or 0. Okay. And that, in theory, should be all that we need to get them all heading in the right direction. So let's see if we can oscillate between those two things, returning to the player and shooting out towards the target. Okay. So we'll go over here and we'll spawn some drones and they should all orbit, and they do. And then we launch them. And, well, yeah, nothing happens. Well, at least they come back again. Okay, bad. Bad, not what we wanted. Not what we wanted. Okay. Let's see here. What are we missing? Is there more than one enemy? That can't be right. Is there... We can certainly cycle through the drones. Oh. This should happen... This should happen when the event gets sent, right? Let's just debug some of this because I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing. Drone. And enemy. That's not how you spell enemy. So if I don't see enemy, I'll know that that query is failing. Yeah, it does seem to be working, but they're not choosing the correct direction. So we're definitely getting to that point. Enemy transform translation minus drone transform translation. That's right, isn't it? What do we do in the next one? Target minus, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, quick phone check. All right. We can do this. What is this? What's happening here? Why are we not moving? We are running the function, we know that. If let OK, enemy transform, yes. Direction. Enemy transform translation minus drone transform translation. I don't see the problem with that. Oh, I wonder if it's being... no? I wonder if it's just... it's not being continually run. So this might be another instance of where it's just only updating once. So if we didn't do it this way, we would have to do it based on the global state. Drone state. Actually, we don't need that. We can just run it on drone state. So drone spawn, drone release, handle drone spawn, run if in drone state recalling. Yep. Something like that. The thing is, you should only... No, drone release needs to run if in drone state releasing. App set. Update. Run if in state drone state releasing. Okay. So that should prevent the intents from being zeroed out all the time. I hope. Yep, there we go. Nice. They're gradually pushing it away. Do I need to increase the drone speed a little bit? Maybe? Die, box, die. Okay, cool. All right, so we don't actually use the events much at all now, but that's okay. The question is, I wonder if I should get them to orbit their target as well, or just like kill it. Just grab it and kill it. I wonder if there's a way to prevent a rigid body kinematic from being shoved like that. In fact, maybe I don't know. It'd be nice if it didn't have any mass, or if the things that were attacking it didn't have any mass. I'm not sure how to do that. Let's see. Prevent rigid body kinematic from being pushed. Turn off detect collisions. Or just give something a huge amount of inertia, like a huge amount of... flashbang. Actually, what we want is docs RS avian 2D kinematic. Kinematic can only be moved programmatically. Friction, maybe? No, that doesn't sound right. Modifying its position directly by changing its velocity or by applying forces or impulses. Mass and inertia. Yes. Add a collider. Every collider has a density of 1. You can configure the collider density component of 2.5. Interesting. Can I do that with a rigid body kinematic though? Let's find out. Let's go in the enemy one. When we're spawning, what happens if we use a collider density of 10? I want to see if we can prevent the objects from being shoved around. Ooh, that might be working. It's moving, but only barely. What happens if we make it enormous? Hello, little puppy. Have you come home? Good girl. Did you have fun? What a good dog. Okay, is it moving? It's hard to tell. I don't think it is. If it is, it's only moving barely. Can I move it? Just. Desperately trying to orbit and not having any luck. Okay. So let's go maybe 1,000. See if I can move it. Definitely not. Okay, that'll do. It's good to know. Spawn and attack enemies. Or enemies singular at this point. Okay, now. I would like to limit the total number of spawns that we can make. So, of drones. I want to say enough to make it look like there's a nice circle around there. So maybe around, what? If it was 36, it would be like 1 for every 10 degrees. I don't know if that would work. Maybe 30? Well, let's try 36 and see what happens. So in drone, too many files open. There we go. We need the total number of drones. Let okay. Actually, just let okay count or drone count equals drones. Isn't there a, can't you just count the query straight away or length? I thought you could do that. Maybe not. No. I'm imagining things. First of all, let's stop. No, stop. Oh, I'm losing the plot. I'm getting tired. Okay. Else return. Yeah, you're right. Okay, it's not an iterator. Okay, so you can get the count without doing that. So let's just do if drones iter count is less than or equal to no, less than max drones. Okay. I don't know why it would be greater than, but let's do it that way. Just see if we've limited it correctly. Okay. So that's a pretty full circle. And it's definitely not letting me spawn anymore, so that's good. Yeah, I think that's all right. It looks a little crowded even, maybe 30. Eventually you could have like multiple tiers of them. Be kind of interesting. They do tend to cluster, don't they? They form little groups. Wonder if that still happens if they spawn at different times. Okay, so this, yeah, again, they kind of spawn up. And then they rearrange themselves. They're quite pretty. And then that's the limit. That's as many as you can do. I don't hate it. I thought they would spread themselves out a bit more. Okay. What does a lower number look like? They space themselves out a bit nicer, but they're still in groups of 2 for the most part, which is interesting. Yeah, I think that's actually probably about right. We'll see when they don't have the highlights on them. Kind of want more. I want more drones. Okay, so you can have a max of 24 at any given time, or 20 at any given time. Let's make it 24. Let's round it up. Okay, now we need them to be able to do damage so that the enemy can go away. So that means that everything needs to have stats. That seems like the kind of thing that would live in a module, maybe. Let's put it in a new module just for the hell of it. Let's go to, what's the simplest module I have? Level, maybe. Copy. Stats. That's really all you needed. I could have written that myself. And for now, all we'll do is we'll create a stats component, which will be similar to player. I always forget all these things that you have to add. Probably need a clip with it. And stats is going to have. Might not be able to support some of these things. So health. And that can be an F32, and that's public. And maybe, damage. We can't do ick. Probably don't need it anyway. Okay. So we have a stats, and then everything. Or we could potentially do. This could be like more like a combat module, right? Yeah, that might be a better name for it. There we go. All right, so everything gets its stats. And we could do an implementation for stats that like handles takes damage, right? Or processes an attack, I guess. Hello, puppy. How you doing? No dog. Apparently still has energy. Don't need that. All right, so when we spawn a drone, we should give it a stats block. With health of, I have no idea. Drone health. And damage of, hello puppy, how you doing? Drone damage. Damage. There we go. I can type, I swear I can. Whoa. It's alright, buddy. There's no need to bark. Good boy. You're fine. Hey, Ted, come here. What's this? Ah, I got foods. I do got foods. That's right. Here you go, buddy. I got all of the foods. Yeah. Good boy. Okay, drone damage, F32 equals, I don't know, 1. And drone health. Maybe also 1. Because they're only little. Okay. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. What's the time? 3:44. I've got to take a break in 15 minutes, but that's okay. Then we'll do very much the same thing for player. So player will get stats in spawn player. Damage is player damage. And health is a player health. Well, actually, a player doesn't have damage. So player damage is 0, effectively. Okay, so let's look for const. We don't have any const. Well, there you go. I think we definitely need to think about breaking this plugin up. Okay. And then the same for enemy. Let's call it 2 this time. Hey, the dude Mando, how you doing? Enemy health is, say, 10. And then RS, so we go 27. Stats. Damage. Health. Oh, okay. So that's good. So now in combat, we need a way to damage the thing that has damage. And I guess the easiest way to do that would be impulse stats. Attack. And self. Take attack, maybe? Or receive damage. Self. Reference to a attacker is a reference to stats, maybe? Not sure about that one. And then you would essentially do self health minus equals attacker damage. Oh, Jocelyn 0. Thank you so much for the raid. That's really kind of you. DJOSLINO. There we go. Shouted out. And I am not following, and I will change that right now. Good luck on the jam. Hey, thank you so much. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Attacker damage. Yeah, so something like that. Cannot assign to health because it's not right. Yes, you're correct. Productive. I wrote a material system to attach materials to collision meshes. Cool. Are you writing your own engine? That sounds pretty fancy. Why am I not able to modify that as mutable? Does it have to be this? Ah, yeah, that is better. No, Unity just doesn't do it well. Oh, damn. Oh, well. Awesome. Yeah, you gotta be able to improve on the existing, on the status quo, right? Let's see. I don't know if that's gonna need. We're gonna need to use that at all, but never mind. Okay, so now we need to actually call that if they're in range. Oh, yes, yeah, so we need range. Pub range is F32. And if they're within range, then we can hurt them. So let's go back to drone. We're doing, we've mostly been doing mechanics for the past few days, so things are not really all that far progressed. But we've got some interesting mechanics. They're just not a game yet. We can display messages and we can move a sprite and collide with things And we can spawn a bunch of drones which fly around us in orbit and follow us around the screen. Oh dear. Oh, thanks very much for the follow. I appreciate it. So the game is 2-button controls. The jam theme is 2-button controls, and so one button sends them out, and the other one brings them back, essentially. So yeah, I'm just kind of figuring out how that's all going to work together, but at the moment, this is where we're at. It's kind of limited, but hey, I'm learning shit, so I'm good. I did not know how to make objects with a collider spread out and orbit an object before today, and I do now, so that's good. Range is drone range, so we'll do that. Const drone range F32 equals I don't know, 100. That might be too much, actually. Let's make it 50. Or maybe you have to be in collision before you can do damage. I don't know. We'll have to think about that one. And then player. Player doesn't really need a range. Actually, we can... Stats. We can just use default if default is implemented, and if not, it should be. Yeah. Okay, so, and then enemy range. Equals early days, exactly. Well, it's a 3-day jam, so there's only 3 days, strictly speaking. But feel free to take off and do the self-cares thing if you need to. I'm just going to keep cranking on this. Moving into hour 9 of the stream. Didn't realize DJ raided while I was eating. Hey, Emerald Sniper, how you doing? Enemy range F32, so let's call it, well, let's call it 50 as well. We'll see. We'll see if that works. Okay, so now, in the combat thing, yeah, we'd only do that if we were in range. So we should run a system in the combat that checks ranges, and then just mostly going to try to get back to your model projects. Oh, sweet. Are we talking physical models or computer models? It has a wide range of meanings. Okay, so let's see. If we go back to combat, I feel like we can run a system in here which will app add systems update attack inset app set update run if in state game state playing fn attack. I'm doing two things, trying to port models from Dragalia Lost, I do not know what that is, to SM64 Co-op DX, and making a game mode for said program by modeling death run courses. Holy shit, that sounds complicated. Okay, first of all, I need to Google what Dragalia Lost is. It is video game. Interesting. Okay. Nintendo. Sweet. Emerald's been busy. Yeah. Sweet. Console. Very cool. Rust Game Dev? Yeah. Hey, ooh, small text. Isa boring name. All right, cool. Yes, this is Rust and Bevy. Oh, nice follow. Thanks. I made a promise that if I got to 300 followers, I'd switch to 3D. I'm kind of terrified because I don't know anything about 3D, but we'll see how it works. Just replying to a message. 2 seconds. .3D is just projection matrices and tears. Okay. Bold to use Rust in a jam. I would think it would take longer. It does take a while, but I'm really kind of. I like the challenge, and I'm really enjoying working with Bevy. I think that I'll hopefully get to the point where I can contribute to the engine a little bit, which would be a lot of fun. And I think they're gradually going to start to build an editor and do all those good things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Rust is great. I enjoy it a lot. If I could get a job writing it, I'd be stoked. But they're few and far between, unless you like cryptocurrency. You wanted to use Zig? Zig's great. I haven't spent a lot of time writing it, though. I know of its reputation. I've watched people develop using it. Yeah. Okay, so attack. Let's see here. What are we going to need? We're going to need basically everything with a stats block. So attackables or attackers. Query and stats, probably, and mute stats, and stats to start with. The only issue is, for example, you don't want the drones to attack the player, and you don't want the player to, well, yeah, pretty much that's it. You don't want the drones to attack the player. Rust in cryptocurrency, tragic. Yeah, it's really common. There's all sorts of people asking for Rust experience with smart contracts. To be fair, a lot of cryptocurrencies aren't even useful. There's Bitcoin and then there's Monero, and Bitcoin is going to go to shit once quantum computers are powerful enough. Yeah, no, it's super popular. But there's sort of an emerging understanding that Rust's actually really good for system programming too. So, and I think people are starting to roll it in other things. I know Ubuntu's doing a lot of hiring for Rust now. If I try to learn anything outside of Lua and C, I'll bet I'll get way off track. Yeah. Rust is great for system programming, no question. But there's really still an awful lot of Go and JavaScript out there in that field, believe it or not. Okay, so attackers, query stats. Now, how do we limit? We can do without player. Without player. And then, unresolved types up here. Oh, go away, virtual text. I hate you. We're going to run... the government is trying to switch to Rust now. Yeah. We're going to run some ads in about a minute. And I'm going to make myself a cup of tea and stretch my legs. And then I will be back. We've got scheduled breaks because it's a very long stream. So... BRB cuppa time. And JavaScript is just everywhere. Yeah. Hey guys, we got the dogs. Yep. So I'll do the B indeed. I'll do the break thing while the ads run, and I'll be back in probably about 10. So I'll catch you then. Okay. Can't play Megalovania, no C. Yeah, it's a very limited selection. I need to fix that. Huh. It's I don't even know if the notes are accurate because the they're really just the names of the strings that I played the harmonics on with the guitar. Okay. Cool. So where do we get to? Right, damaging things. Okay. So in combat, we need a way to detect if we're close enough. Stats without player, but also transform, right? So this for stats, transform in attackers. Hey, Infinitani, how you doing? Oh, thank you very much for the raid. That's very kind of you. 1 second here. Shout out Infinitani _ Got it. Oh, thanks for the follow too. Hello. I am not following, but I'll fix that. There we go. How was your stream? Yeah, so for stats, transforms, and attackers, we need to tell if we're close enough to attack, basically. Went well enough. Why sorting should be the bane of you? Yeah, that sounds painful. It definitely sounds painful. You're not a fellow solo dev streamer, are you? The solo dev jam. Number 4. I asked because it's going on this weekend. There's 1 hour 14. 1 day 14 hours left. Oh, you are? Nice. Welcome in. How's it going? You're a 2-button project. Hey, Fanny. How you doing? I have to wait 40 seconds. I think all of the raid members be in the jam. Oh, really? Nice. Wait, why didn't jam streams work? Oh, my bot crashed. 1 second. I deciding to make a top-down puzzle adventure was not a good idea. Oh, I see. For the 2-button jam, yeah. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have a very, you'd have to add, I don't know, how would you do it with only 2 buttons? I'm not strictly following the letter of the rules, so I don't know if I would even qualify, but I have movement keys and then my 2-button controls are the 2 mouse buttons. So, but they're the focus of the game. But I decided I also wanted to be able to move around, so there you go. It's an interpretation on the rules. Show me your game if it's possible. I need to run off. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a game. It's more of a technology demo at this point. But, well, I can run this copy, I suppose. I can... I'm strictly using only 2 buttons for everything. Yeah, you're probably doing it right. I am not thinking about it that way. Let's see if I can get this happening. Actually, let's just comment this out. Oh, no, we're still crashing. Let's just show the web version. It's not that complicated. I'm just building some mechanics that might be able to turn into a game. like a player that can collide with some tiles and a way to spawn a bunch of drones that orbit you and then get sent out away from you. And then the same button brings them back again. It's kind of weird, but it's fun playing around with it. We're just working on enemies and trying to target enemies now. Working on a movement-based FPS with only your mouse being used? Nice. Yeah, maybe I should have taken a stricter interpretation of the rules, but never mind. I was just focusing on, you know, one button generates the stuff and another button shoots it out. Could never imagine doing something even remotely close to that in Rust. Well, it's I mean, it's mostly Bevy, right? Gotta go. Good luck with the jam. Hey, thank you so much for reading in. Appreciate it. Pew pew indeed. Okay, so my brain is so fried. Hour 9 of stream. Let me see here. All right, so we'll uncommit this. Is the puppy cam focused? Oh, we need a little adjustment. There we go. Puppies. Most I've ever seen Rust used is in my school robotics to code the controllers. Nice. I did see there was a job for someone with a lot of experience in robotics and Rust, but I don't I don't have that kind of experience. Okay, so what is the issue here? Cannot find type player. Sure. There we go. Now, for stats, transform, and attackers, basically, I think we might need to get more specific. We might need to check. I'm just trying to think. Like, we need to think about. We can't have the drones attacking each other, and we can't have the drones attacking the player. You tried playing Mary Had a Little Lamb while you were away? Yeah, that wouldn't work. I need to come up with a way to play a tune from a small string or something like that. Without play, it's not going to work either. Maybe we should have like option player, option enemy. Just thinking this out loud. Option drone. Something like that. Back to assigning vertices again for maybe the 8th time on the same model. Good luck. How are you, Fanny? Have you had a good Sunday? Player, enemy, drone. I am eating toast. Sunday has been all right. Well, any Sunday's good with toast. I am eating, well, I am drinking tea. Don't forget to get your tea, by the way. I am drinking tea and eating small pieces of supermarket roast beef. It's not a bad situation. I had lots of things in the fridge that were easy to find for the jam. Not including jam, funnily enough. Oh, the dog seriously wants some of my snack. You just got a 500ml mug from Briscoe's. How big is a 500ml mug? That's enormous, right? Is it bigger than my giant mug of doom? Oh, you can't see my giant mug of doom because you're looking at the dogs. Hang on. Is it bigger than my giant mug of doom? I don't know. Maybe it is. I'll get it eventually if my mind reminds myself how to unassign a proper vertex without touching others sometimes. Okay, so what are we complaining about? What are we complaining about? Why are we complaining? Player is not valid to request his data in a query. Why not? Oh. There we go. Gotta have the references. Okay. None of those are mutable. But maybe they should be, right? Excuse me. All right, so there's three cases where we want damage to be done. We want drones to damage enemies, enemies to damage drones, enemies to damage players or player, and that's it. Those are the only three cases. So what is the most efficient way of doing this? You'd have to loop through the entire rest of the thing, right? Which sounds painful. Well, it sounds really inefficient, more to the point. But this is a jam. We're not aiming for efficiency. Do we have to loop through it twice? We do, don't we? Do we? There must be a better way to do this. I mean, the subset of things is not that big. We've got a maximum of 24 drones, one player, and maybe one or two enemies. So it's probably actually not that bad. But we are running it on every tick. What would be a better way of doing it? Attack speed. So be running an attack timer. And then as it resets, check to see if you can do damage to something. And then automatically attack that something. Because you certainly don't want to do damage on every single update. Otherwise, things would just vanish. So timer. And let's go with, let's just have a look at animation. So we do something similar there. Oh, it's too huge. And new. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, my brain is having these big pauses where I just lose what I'm doing and what I'm supposed to be doing. Mm. Let's see. It's going to be from seconds. If you listen really carefully to E2, you can hear the birds because I was recording it in my bathroom with the window open and there were birds singing outside. I don't know if it's possible to hear it. Timer duration from seconds or from millis even. Oh, you can't hear it? Hang on, maybe I can turn it up briefly. Just don't blow anybody's ears out. Okay, go. Okay, I turned it back down. Duration from seconds. Actually, so we could make that a constant, right? We could make it attack timeout is a duration. And that's going to be attack timeout. Timer mode repeating. That is not how you spell timer mode. Oh, right, I can't copy. That's okay, we can get rid of that. Okay, so now we need to convert all of the... What would be a good attack timeout? Maybe 2 seconds or something? So enemy... The funny thing is, I think all of these redeems don't auto-close. Oh no, they do. Phew. Yeah, once we can script them together, it'll be much more interesting. Don't worry, they do. Yeah. Okay, stats. So this is now stats new. This is enemy damage, enemy health, enemy range, and duration from seconds. Is it from seconds or from secs? Enemy attack timeout. Oh, well, it certainly shouldn't be private. BRB, no worries. I get my D. All right. Okay, and then we've got that. I think it's from sex. There we go. Okay. So very similar thing in bad vimmer. Very, very bad vimmer. In drone. Undeclared type duration. And drone attack timeout. What do we think? Maybe 1? Okay. And player. There's actually nothing wrong with doing that, to be honest. It doesn't need an attack timer, so yeah, may as well. You know, I could make it so that the player can't move, but it's just not as much fun. I think I want it this way. Okay. Now, I think one of the other things I was going to do was lock the camera to the player. But let's get this working first. So, yeah, we've got our function in combat. Yes, this thing. So now we've got a timer. We need to run that timer. We need to tick that timer every update. So that's probably here, right? So, if stats timer tick time delta, so we need this. finished. Bad Vimmer. Okay. What's the problem? Why can't you do that? All right. No, you can't. You're right about that. Okay, cool. We got there. This has got to be the most inefficient way of doing this. Okay. Really, all we should be doing, rather than querying every single thing and attacking every other... Let's write this down, actually. To do, rather than querying every single damn thing and attacking every single damn other thing, we should be smart and hunting for a target list for each entity that has preferred targets. But, you know, jam code. Okay. Now that I've satisfied my conscience, if we've excuse me, if we've finished the target, then we will iterate through the entire query twice. Which is so inefficient. Actually, I don't even know if it'll let me do that. Because it won't let me mutate things twice or borrow things twice like that. Let me just prove it. The joke, it is boiling. This is so exciting. I'm excited on your behalf. Yep, I knew it. Okay. Maybe then I should listen to my own advice and do it properly. Yes, I should. Yes, I should. I should do that. Drones only need to know about enemies. Enemies only need to know about drones and players. That's really it. Yeah, that's right, I think. Okay, cool. Let's do it that way. Let's just kick this abomination to the curb. And we will put it in the individual entity file. So let's go drone. Oh, what we should do is have a debug on combat so that if self-health, that's hard to say, is less than 0 or less than or equal to 0, info it did. Okay. Yes, so drone. We're going to need a system which runs in drone state releasing. Hey, this guy in Z, how you doing? Nice to see you kicking around the traps. Get up. And we'll need the drones. Mutable drones? No, not mutable drones, just drones. Query and stats. Query and transform. With drone. Without enemy. I just looked up mug on Briscoe's and set it to 8 litre capacity. It recommended me a rice cooker. I'm now imagining keeping tea warm in a rice cooker and serving it to guests with a ladle. What is the recommended daily allowance of tea, and is there a fatal dose? I bet they have sale on You'll Never Buy Better. But it's not where everybody gets a bargain. And a money back guarantee. I just went there earlier to pick up a bigger mug and I'm finding it not big enough. No. I'll find out. I'll do the research. Just don't test it on yourself, please. You're too valuable to risk from a tea overdose. Drones. But tea. Okay, we've got drones. We need enemies. Query. And transform. And mute stats. We're getting so far down the page, my thing is hiding the code. With enemy. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. Create drone attack exists but is inaccessible. Why? What's going on? What? 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 I don't understand. I've missed something. I've missed something important. Yeah, that looks right. Oh, I see. I see it. It was hiding from me. There we go. Now we're talking. Yes. I hope your Sunday is treating you well, this guy in Z. 4. Transform. Drone transform. Not too bad, but well, I'm almost in hour 10 of the second stream of the weekend, and I'm doing solo dev jam, and it's been a mission. I probably won't do another jam in a hurry, but this one is an experience. Okay, drone transform and stats, drone stats. I'm too scared to do a jam. I have done this one really carefully. I'm taking lots of breaks. I have this one particular weekend that I could do it in, having just finished my job. And I probably won't do another one for a long time because it's so tiring. But I'm learning heaps, so that's good. In drones. And then we can tick the timer in here. So we need the timer, which is in stats. So that stats needs to be mutable. And that needs to be mutable. If not stats timer tick time delta finished return. No, continue. What do you not like about that? Oh yeah, we need time. We always need time. I need so much time. Can't find stats. Drone stats. Okay. Now, if the timer has finished, we need to check everywhere to see if there's an enemy we can attack. For enemy transform in... Oh, wait. Mute enemy stats. In and mute enemies. What's your problem? It does need to be mutable. Oh, I see. I see it. Okay. Now then. If enemy transform translation minus drone, actually hang on, let range to target equals enemy transform translation minus drone transform translation. If range to target is less than or equal to stats range. Range isn't a thing? I feel like it is. Totally is. Oh, right. Stats isn't a thing. It's called drone stats range. There we go. Enemy stats receive... No? Time to go get your tea. Utterly approve. I'm sorry your mug's not big enough. Enemy stats receive damage. Isn't there a receive damage on stats? That's going to be stream mug. I use normal mug for now. I understand. This is sensible advice. Receive damage. Oh, it's not public? Is that the problem? What's going on here? Maybe it needs to be public? Aha. Receive damage. Drone stats. Interesting. That's true. I think what we need is length. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So if we're in range, then they can receive damage. All right, so I think that might be enough for that to start working. Bye, baby. Have a nice tea. Oh, okay, hang on.
No, I'm just saying hello.
Oh, hi. Okay. So stats. Wait, combat. That's what we're looking for. 13. Info. It suffered damage. And that should be enough for us to run, right? No, definitely not. Expected U64, found F32. Fair enough. Let's go to enemy. And drone. Okay, now we'll try it. Okay, so we spawn. We get the rotation and then we fire them off. Oh, I saw a damage. And must be dead, but this is are they trying to attack it? What is this game drones drone thing going on here? That's wrong. I can't see what's going on. But apparently, it's not expiring. I suppose one thing we should do is not do any damage once it's already dead. So this... like so. And then what's this drone nonsense? Aha. That needs to go away. Okay, let's try that again. Okay. Well, it died pretty quickly. So that's good. All right. And then once it's dead, we should despawn it. So how can I do that? I can track their health and either send a despawn request or just maybe I should do it from enemy, right? So tear down essentially. Add systems. Update. Die. um, insert app set update. Run if in state game state playing. And I wonder if this should be another set that determines that, because I feel like I'm having to type that a lot. Query and entity with, and stats. Actually, we could just have one system that did that for everything. But how would you show like a death animation, right? You could add a component to it that said, hey, you're dead now. It's very morbid. And then you could detect the addition of that component to maybe play an animation. Yeah, maybe we should. And then each of the things could respond to it in their own way, like play an animation or whatever. Let's go back to combat. And we'll run a system to do that. Because everything's got stats, right? So you could have different ways to do it. And then, for example, the player, if it gets it, could move into a game over state. So let's go app, tap indeed. App, add systems, update, die. Insert, app set, update, run if, in state, game state, playing. I don't think we need this one anymore. If and die. No, it does need to be a separate system. Okay, so killable query entity mute stats. Wait, do they need to be mutable? They don't really, do they? With actually not with anything, because any of them can happen. And we'll need commands. So for a stats in killable if stats health is less than or equal to 0, commands entity E, insert, did, and pub struct did. All right. Really, what makes you so inaccessible? What makes you so? Seems fine. What do you mean you're inaccessible? What are you talking about? My fuzzy brain is missing something. Good job we got ads in minutes so I can get another cuppa. Stream hour 10 just ticked over. I've made a typo, clearly. I just don't know where. Why are you inaccessible? In the typo spot, thank you. It's very useful. Wait, is die a keyword? No. What am I missing? Oh, this is painful. Anything that has entity or stats can be killed. My query must be funky somewhere. I just don't know where. What makes it inaccessible? Well, we got ads coming up, so I am going to point the camera at the dogs, stand up, stretch, and get some tea. And that will hopefully make everything clear. Because why wouldn't it? Maybe I should get some coffee at that point. Okay, I'm really starting to feel it now, but we can't give up. We can't give up. We cannot give up. We cannot give up. We can do it. We can totally do it. Abby gets a shout out. Who do I know? I keep finding people that I don't follow on the list. I've been adding heaps. How many other commands can I spam? Okay, now. Oh, that's right. This horrible error. Why? Why was this horrible error happening? God damn it. Doesn't have to be public, does it? Insert run of app state, game state playing. Oh, you're welcome, Abby. You got. I do a random shout out for everybody that's live from the team, and you got it this time. Not that you don't deserve a shout out. Huh. She probably couldn't hear me anyway because they're streaming. So. Okay. Why? Why doesn't this work? There's something about the syntax that means that it doesn't work. Why is it inaccessible? What does that error even mean? Function exists but is inaccessible. Ah, no, go away. God damn it. Oh, the flashbangs. Come on, man. Why isn't duck the default? I know, I'm sorry. What typo? Oh, sympulsus. Did I possibly misspell it? Surely not. Okay, I'm just exiting and coming back in because I don't trust that. It doesn't seem to work. God damn it. I'm going to feel so stupid when I actually see it. Let's take everything out of the function. Wait, what? Nope, it's still inaccessible. Is it the name? Oh, die must be a keyword. Oh, for damn. It is a keyword. Oh, man. Okay. Kill's probably a keyword as well. Nope, not this time. Okay, that'll do. All right. Phew. Okay, so now we can respond to the presence of that in enemy. Check for death. Commands, mute commands. Query dead with enemy. For I need the entity too. For E, wait, this isn't quite right. I think we need with enemy with dead, something like that. Bad Vimmer. Commands entity. I'm sorry if I'm talking a little less. I'm super tired, but I'll try to keep explaining things as I go. For E and dead enemies, commands entity E, despawn recursive. Later we'll want to play an animation or something sensible, but not yet. Okay. So in theory, what should happen is that we should be able to attack and eventually the enemy should despawn. Okay, we've got 6 drones. We attack with the drones. Hey, it works. Ba-doom. And they come back home. Nice. We can spawn more. Cool, that works. That deserves a slurp of tea. Now we can do the same for the enemy on the drones. And eventually the enemy on the player. So, brain, work brain. You can do it. Oh, my camera's gone. As usual. I was just thinking it hadn't happened for a while too. There we go. Or we could just look at the dogs. One of them's about to have a dream. I think that white one is dreaming about something. Okay. Here we go. Oh man, 6 followers to go until I do 3D. Ugh. Scary stuff. I can't tell if anybody... I have to say thank you for following to anybody because there's so many notes redeemed. Oh, Pseudo Lilith did. Actually, they sound like someone I should be following too. At least you can filter. That's true. I didn't think of that. You know so much about Twitch interface. I know nothing. Okay, so now we go. Now we go, now we go, now we go. Now we go. That's why I do a podcast. What? When? Link me. Did I hear you talking about this at some point? Link me podcast. I have not heard podcast. Link me immediately. You'll slide into my DMs. That's concerning. Okay, so now we do. Now we do thing. What thing do we do? We do thing for drone. We do thing for drone. We do drone death, and we also do enemy attack. So plug in, add systems, handle drone recall, and set update, kill. Drones, query, entity with drone with dead. For E in drones, commands entity E despawn recursive. What do you mean you can't find drones? Right. That should take care of that. And then an enemy. We need... I feel certain I heard you talking about podcasts at some point, but it's all a blur. It's all a blur. We need attack. I love that band too. Did you see that thing where Damon Albarn's talking about no, brain can't work. No, bad. No, brain. Killers. Talking about killers. And words so hard. And saying that Clint Eastwood's intro was basically just a drum beat he got off some tinny electronic keyboard thing that he had floating around the office. It was really funny. Yeah. Okay, so check for death, yes. But also attack. Wait, what does check for death do? Oh, we can just go kill. Now, what about the attack in drones? The attack of the drones. Mute. Well, it's the same thing, I guess. Mute enemies, mute drones, and mute player. Okay. So we want to turn this around a bit. We want enemies. Actually, we don't really care whether it's a drone or a player. Because we're still going to... Well, I suppose you probably want to target the player in preference to targeting the drones. Yeah, maybe. Okay. It's a single, but it doesn't really matter. Let range to target. This is all just very repetitive. Yeah, something like that. Really? Because it's right there. With player without enemy. Okay. Okay. And then continue, I guess. No, because that only continues out of that loop. Maybe actually return would be better. No, because you've still got to process the rest of the enemies. Tricky. Probably since there's only one player, you want to go with and in fact, you can just do that way ahead of time. All right, gamer, got to lurk and do setup. Keep an eye on chat for a bit, but ears off. Totally. Thanks so much for coming in. Appreciate it. I'm probably going to be pretty quiet anyway. Ugh. I'll probably just do some music or something to end out the stream. Okay. Dan, you could continue from there. Okay, that looks correct. But you can't attack more than one at once, so we need to continue at some point. It's almost like we should just select one. that might actually need to be not a reference. And then range to target is less than or equal to drone stats range, then drone target equals drone stats, probably clone, right? And then break. So it just gets the first one in range, basically. Okay. And there's no real need for a continue there because we're already out of the loop. Yeah, I think that's about right. So that would leave the ability, that would give enemies the ability to damage drones or players. If I'm not mistaken. So let's see if any drones disappear. How would we tell? We'll have to count them, right? Oh, badness. Oh, what do we do? Attack accesses components stats in a way that conflicts with the previous system parameter. Consider using without T. Yeah. Okay. So we've got to be super specific with enemy without a drone. That might be enough, or we might need to specify player as well. Yeah. This sucks. This feels really clumsy. There's bound to be a better way of doing this. Okay, so we got 5. At least one of them should hopefully die. Nope. None of them did. Damn. Okay, how can I tell if they were at least taking damage? By looking at their health. Stats. Oh, not included in the type registry. Damn it. Okay. Register type. Stats. Okay, so hopefully, whoa, come back here. Oh, the button, the left button releases them. Oh, well, fine, just attack. Okay, I'm gonna call them back and drone. Stats. Health 1. Stats. Health 1. I don't think they were taking damage. Okay, let's see if we can record one of them taking damage. Player gets single mute would be transform stats with player without enemy without drone. To do this feels really ugly. If enemy stats timer tick time delta finished, continue. Yep. I suppose it could have been damaging me. Attacking player. Attacking drone. If I don't see either of those things, I'll know that something's up. Seems to me. Attacking drone. Just once. Okay. All right. So very slow attacks. Let's speed up enemy attacks. Just to prove that it works. Ah, 2 seconds. Yeah, maybe that is a bit slow. The only thing is you can't have half... Oh, we can do it from millis. So let's use 500 millis. Okay. See if we can get an improved attack rate. Or give it more health, one of the two. Okay, attacking, attacking, attacking. Let's see, we got 4 attacks in. We've still got the same number of drones though. So did they not lose all their health? Let's see here. Health 1. Health 1. Health 1. I suspect I'm detecting a theme here. Health 1. And health 1. Okay, so no, that's not working the way it should do. So we know we're attacking the drone, but I don't think this is working. Oh, because it's a clone. I bet because it's a clone. Yep. All right, so that makes sense. Yeah, so now, how can I avoid doing that? Or do I actually need to? Maybe I don't. Maybe I can just avoid that by doing this. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Oh yeah, they're being damaged. And it survived. There we go. Yeah, so there's a real rate of attrition. That's kind of cool. And then they go back to their orbit. Okay. Sweet. I think we should commit and build. The missing part, I guess, is the player getting damaged. We should probably do that too. Well, actually, do we already have that? We just don't handle death in the player. So add systems, trigger message state, record UI input. Yep, no, we haven't got any in the update set, so we'll have to add some. Kill, inset, app set, update, run if, end state, game state, playing. F and kill, mute commands, player, query, entity with player, with dead, if let okay, E equals player, get single mute. Actually, it's not mutable. Commands entity E despawn recursive. Okay. And so we should be able to test that they are in fact sustaining damage. Maybe? Hello? Damage me. Damage me. Damage me. Maybe it's not in range. It should have said attacking player, right? If ranged to target, player transform translation minus enemy transform translation length. Let's use range to player just to be super specific. What is enemy stats range? Oh, 50? That might be a bit big. Or does it do it based on the center transform? Because maybe, well, I don't know. It was able to damage. It's definitely not saying attacking player. So that can't be right. Player transform translation minus enemy transform translation length. If range to player is less than enemy stats range, which it's obviously not. Info range to player. $79. Okay, so it's the range from the center of the center to the center of the center. Okay, yeah, so that's what's explaining that. All right, cool. So range was definitely not big enough. Make it more like 100. And there it goes. Nice. Okay. Rudimentary combat death system. Oh, I should have tagged it. Don't think we need, I don't know, maybe we do need a max speed. Could probably gradually advance those two towards the enemy, towards the player. Not those two, that one enemy. Could also tweak enemy damage. No, enemy damage is fine. Enemy attack timeout might be a little slow. No, because otherwise you'll lose all your drones. Maybe we'll make enemy health a little higher. Push tag, no, G tag V 0.6.0. G push origin tag V 0.6.0. Nice. That should have started a build. Yep. And what is our current build doing? Make sure that's still running on the browser. I wonder if I should make it instead of WASD, maybe I should just make it mouse that moves. It might be a bit toxic when you're playing a browser game though. What if you have to move the mouse off the edge of the screen? I don't know. Okay. We'll leave that to build. We're going to have another ad break real soon. And I will probably transition into writing a little bit of music or doing some pixel art or something just to break things up and close the stream out. Since we are approaching hour 12, well, we're approaching hour 11 of streaming. We will do a shout out. Kotaru Complex, nice. And we will do a quick tea break.
And it is.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to raid out because I am so tired. Maybe do a bit of quiet music on my own terms. So let's see if we can send you somewhere vaguely useful. Let's go to Hypnotic.
Round 4. Nico.
Let's go raid Hypnotic. We will do that right now. Thanks for hanging out and lurking. Appreciate you all. And we'll do day 3 of Jam tomorrow. Bye.
Tomorrow we'll be able to get this Pong finished off with C++ and Rayleigh. Add a menu that allows you to start a new game.
Bye, Fanny.